Good morning, everybody. Welcome to 2022. We have our first meeting of the year today, January 3rd, and DJ Frazier is on the phone. Looks like all the other councilors are here. And Aaron's going to kick us off with an urban campground update.
Well, Happy New Year, Mayor, Council, members of the public. It's great to be here today. We're going to talk about urban campground. Subject to summary is to give you an update on the roundtable recommendations to establish an urban campground. We had some conversations, and one of the things council wanted is to have a roundtable discussion, which included some key stakeholders at the table, and then also provided an opportunity for the public to provide comment. So with this presentation, I'll be giving you an update on both of those items. Primarily, the roundtable itself discussed the critical success factors, and there was three specific that we addressed: the grant contract language, the location associated with a potential physical site, and then community outreach. So talking about the critical success factors regarding location, what were the findings of the roundtable and ultimate recommendations that were brought to you? Grant agreement contract language. And the people at the individuals at the roundtable, there was a number of people. There were some council members present. There was people from the All Care Foundation, a number of different individuals that were there at the roundtable representing the stakeholders. Some of the things we discussed to make it more successful for a nonprofit like the All Care Foundation to come forward would be proof of purchase sale agreement would need to be included. 3 real estate brokers' opinion of value or appraisal is an item that would be successful. City deposits purchase price into escrow account. These are some of the things that, these are actually some of the things that we talked about before in the contract language that would be needed from a city's perspective. And then a binding covenant, if the property was to not be operated as a campground anymore, the city could purchase it for $1. And then the city is not responsible for operational cost or prevailing wage laws. So this was an item that we reviewed through the roundtable, and then from that we moved forward with their recommendations. So comments from the roundtable based on our previous discussions were: 1, the group recommends that there would be a return of investment of property improvements to the foundation if property is returned to the city. And in essence, if they were to do improvements on the property, say bring in some infrastructure to be placed on the site itself, that they would want some kind of financial refund for that expense that was put there. Any property improvements, they would want to have something in the contract that states that that would be returned and the city would make them whole. Desire for property transfer to All Care Foundation to the or a foundation itself would be a beneficial recommendation in the eyes of the roundtable also. So ultimately that the property at some point in time would transfer to the foundation who's seen the operation of the urban campground. Remove language that the city is not responsible for operating costs, as it may cause future failure of operations. The concern was that maybe 1, 3, 5 years down the road, maybe the urban campground would require some additional funding from the city, and with language in there, it may enable that to happen. So they made a comment that it would be something like does not preclude the city from future funding of operations. Definition of operational success matrix. This was something that they were wanting further definition on. If the city was to execute something to take back the property due to a non-performing clause of some sort, what would the non-performing definitions be? In essence, is what we were talking about there. Deficiency identification and corrective action process, that's sort of mirrored with the definition of operational success matrix. And what would occur? Would there be a warning first? Hey, we noticed that this is not occurring as the original agreement was with regards to services for the community. And would there be some kind of progressive concept before, say, a property transition from the foundation to the city would occur? Broaden the language using ARPA's definition of homelessness, of homeless in general, sort of like the grant funding that we have, the block grant funds, provide more of a broader definition that's still in alignment with ARPA for services for unhoused persons or other services to disproportionately impacted communities. Would be more of a broader definition besides it being just so specific to providing an urban campground. But if that property was used for something like services for unhoused persons or other services to disproportionately impacted communities, would be something they'd like to see in the contract. Termination clause for both parties. Wanted to make sure that both parties at any time could terminate the contract with a certain designated amount of days. And then in the contract, change the name from All Care Foundation to ACCF, which will help with some confusion that we had when we were looking at partnering with what was called the All Care Foundation. All Care itself was getting calls, and it really isn't All Care, but it's the ACCF that is the one that foundation is the one that is taking the lead on this. So that was recommendations from the roundtable itself. Sam Engel of All Care Health also provided some additional suggested language changes, and I've got a couple of slides for you that provides his recommendations on what should be seen in a contract. That the ACCF requires a mechanism to capture the value it creates in this project. Without an equitable value capturing mechanism, ACCF foresees very little motivation for improving the facilities. It goes back to what the roundtable identified as if we're going to put investment into the property, there needs to be some way for them to be reimbursed if the property ultimately transition back to the city, so they can stay motivated in making improvements to provide services to the community. Other suggested changes by Mr. Engel is that ACCF proposes that the covenant restrictions on land purchase with the grant require that the value of the land be used only for affordable housing in Grants Pass area. 2.5% vesting of the value of the land is given to ACCF every year. And then also if the foundation fails to operate the urban campground as described below, the city can take back the ownership of the land purchased for $1 plus the market value of any improvements. And again, that goes back to trying to make them whole. If they're going to be putting improvements in, they'd like to make sure that if in 5 year, 5, 10, whatever amount of time that those improvements, they would be reimbursed for. Suggested language continued by Mr. Engel. For a period of 6 years, the initial land purchase by this grant must be, but not solely used for urban campground, focused on transitioning people out of shelterlessness. The urban campground must be operated under conditions of use 1, while a need exists, 2, in transitionally focused manner consistent with industry standards, 3, in a manner conducive to a reasonable, safe, and healthy facility. Additional recommendations is that the foundation and/or operator of the campground must be given reasonable time and explanation of the problems that arise under its control. They must then be given reasonable time and control to resolve the issues and take appropriate corrective actions. A number of what Mr. Engel's recommendations are that you see here is a mere or additional language that would be potentially grant language instead of just the concept and idea that was proposed by the roundtable. Some additional through Mr. Engel was that the value of the land shall be determined by a professional appraiser at the time of the need for an appraisal, that affordable housing and is defined as urban campground to traditional housing or affordable housing that it rents at 30% of income to the people with income less than 80% average median income. Number 3 is that Grants Pass area and Grants Pass and its urban growth boundary areas near these lands where most occupants of the housing units will work, recreate, or do business in Grants Pass. And number 4 is need for urban campground. A lack of need will be defined as less than 20% of the sites that are occupied for a period of 3 months. That was more detailed contract language that Mr. Engel provided that, again, like I mentioned, sort of reinforces the roundtable's discussions. Some additional comments that came from the roundtable was that it was important that the site, the proximity to services, that was another critical success factor. And what does that look like? So comments from the roundtable included that the proximity to services, multimodal transportation is important. That it should be centrally located to scale to primary services like livability, services like grocery stores, etc., case management services, jobs, etc. And the scale issue was discussed, and that's why that was put in there. Is it was discussed, the more central you are to those services, the more effective that urban campground can be. The further out from a scale perspective, the potentially less successful it is because of the location and its location to those central services. Proximity to utility services and jobs. Flat land, minimum of 2.5 acres is needed for the urban campground. And not on a main drag would be nice as a recommended option. So it's not on a main street, but somewhere else that does not have a lot of traffic. Accessible to community partners, so it's got to be somewhat successful, and that goes back to that scale of proximity to services and being successful. And then it needs to have ADA access. So proximity to services and those are important items when we're talking about an actual physical site. We also discussed proximity to special uses in the standpoint of buffers. So we talked about what's important to have close. Now, the roundtable also discussed from a standpoint of proximity, should there be spacing between this urban campground and other uses? And so there were two things that were mentioned. It was recommended that an urban campground is 1,000 feet from schools. It was also recommended that it is not associated with any kind of brownfield or environmentally hazard piece of property. Now, we did discuss the urban campground, the location itself, and we discussed some of the regulations that are important from a city's perspective when it comes to granting the dollars. Because they are federal dollars, the city does have some ownership associated with to make sure that those federal dollars are utilized for the actual intent that they're granted for. And if that property in any form or fashion was no longer utilized for that intent, then the federal government would require some potential actions by the city or that granting entity. So community outreach efforts and public comments from the roundtable. This is the third critical success factor, is when it comes to talking to the community about this project in an urban campground. What were some takeaways from the roundtable from a recommendation to council? One, outreach to those served to participate in the process. Say, for instance, the next time we have something, make sure that we have an individual that is unhoused that can also provide input moving forward in the planning stages. Engage the neighborhoods, have neighborhood gatherings in those areas where you're thinking about having and placing an urban campground. Define an urban campground. What is it and what it isn't? So it's very clear that this is what the intent is, this is the purpose and the objective. These are going to be the deliverables. Have a community outreach that provides for a visit to Rogue Retreat in Medford. Maybe the city can charter some buses and make some schedules to have individuals go down and take a look at, and so they can sort of sight and sound and feel what an urban campground is by us sponsoring some buses for a tour. Make sure that we have clearly defined purpose and deliverables, that this roundtable wants us to try to build a sense of community with this project, and walking door to door and handing out flyers in these neighborhoods that we're looking at placing in urban campground, trying to get that personal contact out there. Include involvement with the business community, get their input, especially if it's anywhere near and around a business area. And then a public improvement plan, not site-specific. So just let's start now looking at providing information to the public, which would include objectives of public involvement, who the key players are, and how often do we engage them, what are the means and what's most effective public involvement, use professionals, the timeliness is important of information, and have regular meetings. So it was even discussed that we potentially hire someone that would help us with this information distribution and community outreach specifically to an urban campground. So after we had that discussion and they made those recommendations, we had a number of individuals that were here from the public, and they also wanted to provide comments associated with this project and discussion. So the following are comments from the public. And homeless minors are not being served. That was something that the public said, hey, we've been talking about urban campgrounds, but not a lot about minors. What about them? They were concerned about proximity to neighbors. They mentioned the use of the All Care Health Facility at Hillcrest for an urban campground. They recommended a half a mile from schools. They recommended a site that is not contiguous to a residential zone. Community is focusing on the symptoms and the California models that did not work. Housing first enables addiction. Addiction is the primary challenge. Build into contracts, drug issues are at the forefront. Additional comments included addiction. You are helping them get their next fix. It enables bad behavior with an urban campground. We also received happy we were going to have a solution. Don't ever give up. Provide an urban campground that's for adults only with a 1,000-foot buffer is a good starting point. Include public input, maybe a committee or task force to tackle this topic. And then if you do establish an urban campground, the question was, okay, that's great, but what about what's next? And try to have a continuum of service established as you're establishing an urban campground. So moving to the urban campground, and what I have for you in the packet also is taking the roundtable, not the public's comments, but the roundtable's comments, and trying to figure out where a locations would be based on their parameters. Their parameters, recommendations to you would be 1,000 feet from schools, 2.5 acres or larger, environmentally clean site, central to services, and not contiguous to residential or half mile from schools were comments also that would fit into here, but they're not included in the diagram that I have in front of you. So what we have here to show you is based on the roundtable's recommendations, these areas highlighted here in green in the north section over here in the east section, and over here in the southwest section are areas that fit that criteria of being 1,000 feet from schools and being 2.5 acres or larger. What I'll do is with the next couple of slides, I'll dive in and I'll show you, we'll break down these locations so you have a better idea of what those properties might look like. So on the north end, you've got potential sites that meet those parameters here. That's both on the north and south side of Highland Avenue. On the northeast side, there's a number of properties here. So one of them is north of I-5, and then there's some others that are on the south side of I-5 along 9th Street, sort of by Hillcrest and 9th Street. Continuing further east, there are a number of properties here. This is the Spalding type of industrial site area. And for instance, here is a large church that owns some of this property. So some of the property in here on the other side of the creek, and then some of the holdings here by Prospect or others would be identified as available sites. Not available meaning they're ready to purchase or use, but we're just stating it meets the criteria of 2.5 acres and larger, and they're 1,000 feet from schools. When you put those two parameters together, it drastically shrinks the properties that meet that criteria. And we're looking at properties from anything from commercial, general commercial, business park, and industrial. Location west, there are some properties here that this is Redwood Highway here, and it's split. There's a large piece over here, and then a piece on the north end of the highway that would also work. So moving it back here, the Urban Campground Roundtable, I think they provided you with some great recommendations, which I just went over with you. The public also provided some recommendations and comments, and this is just a conclusion map that shows potential areas for a future urban campground meeting those parameters. But of course, those parameters are recommended, and council has taken no action on those. Mayor, I turn it over to you.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, councilors, do you have any questions? Joel?
So the 2.5 acres is desirable. Can smaller parcels work as well? What is the size of, like in Medford? I don't think it's that large, is it? Does anybody know?
I don't have that answer, but there are some individuals in the audience that were part of the roundtable that may be able to answer that for you, Counselor.
Doug can answer it.
Yeah, so the Medford site's about 2 acres. All total, it kind of sprawls in a couple of different directions. You've been there. And then 2.5 acres kind of allows us to not bleed out into the streets when we do things and secondary services and different stuff that
Okay.
happens.
So Medford is 2 acres, you say?
Medford's 2 acres.
Okay.
And then 2.5 acres, again, it allows the services to be on site versus to bleed off into the street. Something gets delivered, different things happen. If we shrink it down to 1.5 acres or so, which is probably a bare minimum for tents, and then a few on-site little areas, community areas, then extra services that happen irregularly will bleed out into the streets and start causing problems that way.
So smaller areas can work up to 1.5, down to 1.5 acres, but it's not optimum. That's what
Not
I hear.
optimum, and it's going to be site-specific, because if it's 1.5 acre over here, and this site may have other restrictions, and 1.5 acres over here may have different restrictions, so I can't, no guarantee 1.5.
Sure.
Right.
I had a second question. You want me to hold that, or you want?
Go ahead, Joel.
Oh, okay. So other uses besides an urban campground, what are we talking about?
How do you mean that? Can you be more specific?
So at the round table,
Right.
they talked about that it could be used for other uses.
Oh, okay, so in the bigger picture, long-term.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Is that what it is? And it's not immediate, it's long-term then? The other uses are long-term?
Would be theoretically, yeah. So let's say we got a grant to do another, like a Foundry Village where there were tiny homes,
Okay.
right? And we wanted to build something more permanent like that. That doesn't fit under the urban campground definition, if we have a very limited definition. So
Sure.
we'd like to have broader definitions that say other things can happen there.
So if we do that, then the urban campground would be a smaller area then, and we could make it work with those other services.
I think yes, I'm not
Sure.
quite sure what you're asking,
Sure.
yeah.
Sure, okay. So then the last question I had,
Yeah, Jed brought up the point of a parking area. So if the site were
Sure.
1.5 acres, it limits what might be a secondary park, or camping in cars kind of area.
sure,
Yeah.
which they're doing right now at Riverside Park.
Right.
So then the third question I had, the operating expenses, do you have operating expenses for the first 3 years? I mean, or is that something that you're looking for still?
When you say have them, do you mean, do we have them in our pockets? Have we identified what the costs are, or have we identified the funding sources?
Well, my concern is the city going to have to come up with operating expenses for the first 3 years?
The first 3-year operating expenses, Matt will talk about that, because he's
Okay.
the one who worked up the budget.
Hi, everybody. My name is Matt Borderstrass. I'm the Development Director at Rope Retreat. So we had put together a budget that basically showed where we were going to be looking at leveraging those funds. We have already actually submitted a grant request to the Oregon Health Authority for Measure 110. We're part of the bigger burn application for Josephine County. We should have funding decisions coming in for that, I believe, in February. And between that and our all-care contract is where we're hoping to leverage the majority of operational dollars to where we don't need to be overly dependent on the city. But we have began identifying long-term funding sources. But the all-care contract where we get billing for the case management and peer services, and then ideally the Measure 110 funds for the role that this site would play in the larger Josephine County Burn Behavioral Health Resource Network would ideally be the sources that we leverage the majority of those funds to keep the continuous operations going.
So if I interpreted what you say, then the city is not on the hook for the operating expenses for the first 3 years, but maybe after that?
I would not say that, but what I would say is that we ideally want to spread this out to where there's more people from the state and local funders that could help cover the cost. I do plan on going to the city for CDBG funding, but those are smaller grants in comparison to the larger ones that we're going for.
Okay. And CBG funding?
Community Development Block Grant.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
So, Jed Keller, ACCF has reviewed the material that Matt has put together. There is a significant, about $850,000 a year in operating costs. Approximately 50% or more he's identified a source for. There have been several examples in the city here where after in year 2 or 3, attention was lost and those kinds of operations had to shut down. So that's one of the reasons we need support from the city to make this go forward.
So let me make sure I understand your answer. The operating costs are about $850,000 a year. And you have put in applications for funding for the first 3 years.
Correct.
And you obviously don't know the answer till you have a program and the grants are provided or whatever.
Yes, sir.
After that, you're looking at the city block grants that we presently have and go to other areas for homeless services and those kind of things. Did I understand you correctly?
So the plan is to apply for Community Development Block Grant funding. Ideally, that would probably be the one request that we'd be putting in front as a grant application each year. But the majority of funds we are hoping to be able to leverage out between All Care, CCO, Oregon Health Authority through the Measure 110 funds, and then also other local funders, which could include the city government. But we want the community as a whole to help carry the load as much as possible.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Does anybody else? Rick, go ahead.
Thank you. So on your operating costs, the people that would be inhabitants of the campground, would they contribute at all towards, I would say, rent or contribute to the operating costs? Or if any money is set aside, it's set aside in a savings account for them to move on?
So a lot of that's contingent upon what kind of funding sources are helping pay for the operations of the campgrounds. Some specifically, oftentimes will make it to where you can't do a participation fee for like shelter programs. But our goal is to be able to develop that into the operational model to where there can be some kind of participation fee that participants are paying to be there. But I don't know the definitive answer on that yet until we know for sure what funding sources are going to be covering this long term.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Valerie?
All right, thank you for being here. I guess my question is, and this is kind of a review, if I'm not, of what basically the parameters that in our roundtable discussion we just, but there hasn't been actually anybody going out yet looking for properties, or just out of curiosity, has it started or no?
Yeah, Aaron provided some lists of properties, and then we also went out and gathered some more, and I've started to call the ones that I thought were most ideal, and so we've started to go through the list of properties. Yeah, I think I've made contact with 3 different property owners.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know, whether this was going on. Thank you.
Aaron, I have a question about your 1,000-foot buffer zone to create that map. Does it take into consideration at all things like the river or a highway, or is it just purely a 1,000-foot circle around a park or school?
It is the bubbles. It's 1,000 foot around from the schools and stuff.
Okay. All right, council, no further questions? Did you have something you wanted to add, Doug?
Yeah, I got a map early on in this process from the building department with 1,000-foot setback from, I'm guessing, primary schools. And then the one you provided had secondary things like daycares. And so I'm not sure, the daycare one, when that was thrown on, that really restricted the available properties. And so I'm not sure how, we may have to discuss the definition of what a school is, and come to a different conclusion than the one that has daycare facilities. Maybe schools where it's likely students will walk home, or might walk to a store or something like that, because daycare facilities really limited the amount of property out there available. Just a.
Thanks, Doug. Does this map include daycares or?
This map is the city's definition of schools as it relates to like the 1,000-foot buffers for adult use and marijuana activities. So it would include daycare, youth recreation opportunities.
Okay, so it's not just limited to schools. Okay. All right, council, if you have no further questions, do you have discussion? Brian?
Well, I just had one more question really quick, but the question's for council. How many people up here have been to the urban campground in Medford? Raise your hand. Okay. That's all. I just had that question.
All right, council, discussion? Rob?
A few things, but just on the buffers for daycares, I would tend to agree with Doug. To me, a buffer makes a lot of sense for kids that may or may not be walking to school unsupervised or unescorted. That to me makes a lot of sense. To have a buffer to a facility where a young child's going to be riding in their parent's car, probably, or walking with their parent, I think is too restrictive, and I don't think it's really necessary. You do want to protect any any kids who would be unescorted. You'd want to have them have a trusted adult with them, but if the child's going to be escorted, and by definition a daycare, that's going to be the case. So to me, that buffer should be dropped. You know, I realize this is a process, and it's a step-by-step, feeling out both sides. When I say both sides, I mean they're both nonprofits, both have the same goal, hopefully, meaning the city and All Care. But I'm also, when the roundtable happened, it just, you know, I felt a little bit blindsided by the fact that, prior to the roundtable, it seemed as though every time we had, whether it was Kelly Wessels or you guys or anybody at the podium, it always seemed like you guys were assuring us that funding was in place. You're going to get funding. It's like, it's just a matter of the city signing off and you guys will handle the funding. And now we hear today that, hey, you may need the city to handle, up to half of the $850,000, in future years. So I'm just saying, I felt very blindsided when that first came up, because that wasn't the way it was initially presented to council. And I could be wrong. There might be other councilors that heard it differently. But every time I heard somebody at the podium, it was funding's no problem. Just the city just needs to, come up with the land, and you guys will handle the rest. So I'm a little bit blindsided, and I have to process that. The other point I'd also like to mention that, the 2.5% vesting per year that Sam Engel suggests, the capture value, as he calls it. I'm also, not only am I blindsided by that, I just think I'd have to really think about that, and we'd have to discuss it, because I need to hear more about it. It's almost like you have one nonprofit is trying to be a little bit more capitalistic or when dealing with another. Okay, which one of us is going to get more value here? Which one of us is going to financially end up ahead? Which one of us is going to be the better capitalist? Okay, so that to me also is very off-putting. You know, you would think that to capture value, the value is in helping the community. That would be the value for everyone in this room, I would think. And so for Sam to write that, I have a little problem with that. I just wanted to say that to everyone. Thank you.
DJ is on the phone.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I have a quasi-question, comment, so anybody who would like to answer, feel free if the mayor permits. As a representative of the city council and the people of this community, I have a certain belief that it's not the governing body's primary goal to provide social services. The way we're set up is we have federal and state, and sometimes even city grants that go to nonprofit organizations so that they can perform the duties that we're talking about. Urban campground, operation of an urban campground. So that's a general statement. My question comes in that I still don't have an entirely clear understanding of what the expectation from the nonprofit organizations, being the All Care Foundation specifically, in this instance, what is the clear expectation of the city's participation here? Getting down to the nuts and bolts of this. You guys want $1.25 million to promote and entirely operate a social service support of some kind, being an urban campground in this instance? Do you want participation from the city? What are the clearly defined, simple expectations from the nonprofits to the city? I need to understand that, and I need to understand that clearly, because I have an obligation to operate under the expectations of the constituents of this community, and I need to know if those expectations jive. So, if anybody would like to answer the question, if permitted, I'd appreciate it.
Doug and Jed, are you able to answer that question?
No, probably not, because this is such an odd, fluid thing we're doing here, to say what the exact clear expectations and definitions are between the two entities is kind of hard to say until we're up against an issue and then we know, okay, this is what it is. Because right now we're talking about involvement of choosing a piece of property, and so it's your involvement in that and our involvement in that, and so who makes that final decision? Is it you or us? And that I think is DJ's question, and I don't have an answer for that. You know, who makes the final decision on the piece of property? I don't know. Yeah, so no, I don't think there is. I don't think there's going to be. And if the expectation is that there's going to be clean, exact definitions and boundaries between the two entities, I don't think we'll ever get there.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, DJ?
No, not necessarily. May I follow up?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm speaking in general terms here. We could talk about this exact circumstance, the urban campground, et cetera, if we wanted to, but looking into the future and also using that, my sentiment is that clear, exact expectations need to be determined, because as a governing body, I'll say again, the warden of the taxpayers' money, the responsibility of the constituents of this community, whether you like it or not, those expectations need to be set as clearly as possible. We can't move the goalposts. We have to establish where the goalposts are and play the game accordingly, if that makes sense.
All right, go ahead.
You know, I would just add that just in terms of what the goal of this overall is, it's really to increase this community's capacity for sheltering. That way we can help get more and more people out of homelessness as much as possible. I know that there's cities that have increased liability as a result of some of the recent court cases. And so I would say that that is the ultimate goal between the council and All Care Community Foundation, is that you are trying to expand your regional capacity for sheltering your own unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, then Rob, then Brian.
So I'd like to elaborate a little bit further what DJ is asking. In your campground operation in Medford, do you have things built in that contract, and have you observed certain things, such as, does the city have participation currently in the project?
Yes, so the city has been involved with helping us secure the lease and the land location, and then the campground was also created in heavy participation with the livability team and the Medford Police Department. Before the fire season happened in 2020, when we ended up having the Almeida fire, there was a lot of people, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, that were sheltered in place along the Greenway. A lot of the fires that happen in that region are because of cook fires that get out of hand. And so the city's standpoint at that point was to create a managed space that people could be referred to. That way the city could then have ordinances that would move people away from areas that were less favorable and a detriment to the community to be able to have people camping there. And so the city was heavily involved in acquiring the property, developing the process. We actually do outreach with the city to the camps out there with the livability team. And the city has also been involved with helping maintain and secure that property with the current property owner. And then they're also looking currently for a permanent location that we could move it to.
Do you have any estimates of what the financial cost has been to the city at this point, or would be in the future? Just ballparks.
So for the city of Medford, I would need to look at the financial figures. They haven't been a major funder of it, aside from helping secure the lease with the landowner. And then they also sent out teams to help with abatement of like weeds and those kind of things, because it was kind of a wildfire hazard area that we kind of moved the campground into. And so the city's participation has really been on kind of that administrative end of making sure the property is kept. They also have helped with bark dust and bark and bringing in things like that to help with the facility. And then we also take direct referrals from the police department. So we work directly with public safety at the urban campground.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Rob?
So a few more comments, no questions, but one of the reasons that, at least on 3 occasions, I've urged everyone in council chambers, staff, and councilors to visit the urban campground in Medford is because it's a very impressive operation. And it really disappoints me that we still have a majority of the decision makers and policy implementers who haven't visited. The reason that I feel it's so important is, I'm just going to go over, I'm going to try to paint a picture, but it would be way better if people actually visited and spent 30 minutes to go there. But the very first thing that I noticed when I went there was that the urban campground was extremely orderly. It was clean, it was neat, it was orderly. There were no piles of trash anywhere. There wasn't a hint of trash anywhere, quite frankly. Very, very clean and neat. The next thing I noticed was that the director, and I forget his name, he seemed to have the respect of the residents there, and he was in total command of the operation. This was, and I'm using this as a figure of speech, not to demean anybody, but the inmates were not running the asylum, okay? He was in charge, and they all knew it, and that was, the place was better for it. It felt very safe. Unlike, because when people have a picture of urban camping, whether it's in Eugene or Portland or wherever, you think mountains of trash, mountains of tents, mountains of discarded stuff, dangerous, etc. But the area felt very, very safe. It was safe and orderly. You see canopies covering all the tents, so the tents are dry on the outside. People actually, many of them put their shoes outside the tents, which is probably what I would do if I was camping, to keep the inside of my tent clean and dry. And it was just a picture of, to me, a picture of possibilities and hope, rather than an area that you drive by and don't even want to look at because everything to do with homeless is sometimes not very appealing visually. This was not like that. It was orderly, safe. The people seemed grateful to be there, and there was really nothing negative there. People trying to get a hand up, and moving on with their life, and some percentage of them were definitely going to be helped. And if you go to the urban campground in Medford, you will likely see and get a similar sense. It's not at all like driving by Riverside Park. It's not at all like driving by a homeless encampment in Eugene or Portland or Seattle. It's not at all like that. It's an orderly, safe, constructive, what appears to be building towards health, a healthy place. The other thing that I'd like to comment on is, one of the results from the roundtable was someone was saying that the housing first model doesn't work, you have to focus on drugs first and so forth. I can understand where that person might be coming from or where that idea came from. It's been my experience in the last 30 years, I've had 4 tenants who, four rental situations that turned really, really, really bad, and all 4 of them were drugs or alcohol based. I understand that that can really be a major problem. However, you can't really treat any substance addictions unless someone has a little stability in their life, at least enough stability to know where they're going to be sleeping that night. So number one has to be enough stability for where people are sleeping, and absolutely a very close second has to be addressing any potential substance abuse issues for the people that need them. And I've seen how ugly it can be with some otherwise very good tenants, sometimes for several years, of all different ages. I've seen it go really bad when substances are involved. But I also, one last thing I'd like to say, that I got some news yesterday that was really, that I'd like to share, is that there was a gentleman who came here at a council meeting one night and mentioned that he had been homeless and he had gotten some help. He was living in his vehicle with his family in Grants Pass. He'd gotten some help step by step from UCAN. He currently, I think, has 3 jobs. His wife has 1 job. But anyway, he, step by step, he ended up finally, with UCAN's help, being able to rent from a very nice house, actually, from me. But after that point, the news I got yesterday is from March on, he will no longer need UCAN's help. He actually has made the final step, we'll say, of taking the help that was offered to him and pulling himself up. So he went from homeless in his car with his family through circumstances that were quite bizarre and unusual, to help from UCAN, a little more help from UCAN, getting a nice house to live, and now he apparently, as of March, will no longer need financial help from the public sector. So it's a hand up can work, and I've seen it work. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. We have next Brian, Joel, Valerie, DJ.
Thanks for all those points, Rob. Well said. The counselors that haven't been over there yet, I've asked you to go several times this year, and oddly enough, it's the counselors that are mostly against it. So please go check it out. It's, a picture says 1,000 words, and being on site says 1,000,000 words. So, it's 25 minutes away. Go check it out. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate your time. The community knows we need to do something. And I think council needs to buckle down and stop dancing around this. And we need to figure out the language, and we need to move forward. This presentation today had about 300 bullet points in it, so it was a lot to take in for a slide deck. But really, the pertinent slides to me are slides 6 through 9, where the suggested language from ACCF is, because really at this point, it comes down to the contract and what needs to be done with the contract so the city feels comfortable, so ACCF feels comfortable, so we can move forward. We don't need to keep debating the philosophy of everything about this. I think there's support on the dais and there's support in the community to do this. So I just want to kind of get into slides 6 through 9, where ACCF is trying to suggest some language that they would be comfortable with. Not necessarily that we're going to be comfortable with everything that's in there, but that's some of the stuff that they're looking for so they're comfortable to move forward, because they're taking their time and they're taking their resources to put into this too. So we need to look at this as a partnership. It's not us versus them, it's us together getting this done. So, you know, there's a lot of information on slides 6 through 9. I think one of the main things we probably need to address up front is, are we going to be involved in picking the location? Are we going to let ACCF pick the location? Are we going to just put stipulations on, you know, like the 1,000-foot buffer and then let them pick the location? I personally would just rather put some stipulations on the location and let them have at it. I don't know that we need to be involved with picking the specific site, as long as we, you know, if we put a 1,000-foot buffer around schools. I liked Rob's idea about having a smaller buffer around daycares, because those kids aren't, you know, they're not going off site. So, you know, aside from those slides, I think the location question is big, and I think that's something that you know, I think we just need to start discussing this. I think we need to just kind of like, you know, get down to it.
Thank you, and I would agree, council, that, you know, it seems like we're going around in circles here, talking about a project that we've already decided we were working on. So I thought we were here to talk about the grant or the process of purchasing land, and not redefining what our goal is here in doing an urban campground. But we have a few people in line, so let's speak your piece, but then let's get going on what our actual goal is here today, because we have quite a few items on the agenda and we don't need to be here all day. Joel.
Well, first off, I'd like to respond, because I have not been down to the site. I have no questions about the quality of Rogue Retreat. I assume that it's going to be as high a quality as what we have with the Gospel Rescue Mission. If you drive by that, it is an asset to the neighborhood. And so I have no qualms about that. And that does not hurt the credibility of what I'm saying when I say that. So, I mean, you can keep harping on that, but to me, it doesn't make any difference to me, because I don't question your competency. You've done a great job down in Medford. What Rob said is true. So if you want me to go down there and confirm it, I guess I can do that. The one thing that strikes me between the difference between Medford and Grants Pass is, in Medford, they help you secure the lease. In Grants Pass, the taxpayers are going to pay $1.2 million. The operating costs in Medford are not from the city. In Grants Pass, it's a question mark. The assets that are built on the property, this is getting into risk management. So if for some reason 5 years from now, this isn't the best way to reclaim people, hopefully it is, but if it isn't, then there's no risk to All Care Foundation at all, because all the risk is put on the citizens, the taxpayers, and they pay you for all the improvements that you've done and the value of the land and improvements. Is that what is in Medford with Rogue Retreat? Does the city going to reimburse you if it's not successful for all your improvements?
Joel, I don't think All Care needs to answer this. Do you recall that we were talking about purchasing land as a city?
Well, I would disagree with you, Mayor, because this is part of the language that they want to have in the contract.
Okay, but they're
And
doing
we're
this
talking
at our
about risk
request, Joel.
to
Please
the
don't interrupt me,
citizens of
Joel.
Grants
Please do not
Pass.
interrupt me. They are doing this at our request. Okay, the city was discussing buying land, and we were advised to have a nonprofit purchase it. So then we developed a plan, and we asked a nonprofit, and they offered to help. And now you're trying to make them justify why they're helping us?
So I don't need to be lectured to, because that was my suggestion that we involve them, if you remember that when we went to that. So, and I have a lot of faith in them. The one thing that jumped at me, and I was like Rob, blindsided at the round table, that the risk of the costs of development now fall back on the taxpayers. That was a change from the way I understood it before. That is real. And so as city council, I'm representing the citizens of Grants Pass. They now have an increased risk if we go with that suggestion over what I assumed that it was before. And I'm not saying that it's not to the advantage of the nonprofit that we would do it that way, but why should the Grants Pass taxpayers take it on when in other areas I don't think they have? And thank you, Mayor, for your concern. I appreciate that.
Okay, this is time for council discussion. We're not asking questions, gentlemen. Valerie, it's your turn.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to come back in just a minute on that one. I also took a little bit of offense to have to raise my hand to say that I did not go to the campground, because I did and have been very much in support of Rogue Retreat through all of this. So, you know, I think that when that happens, that you're making it a us versus them. And I do take offense to that, because I'm very much against the us versus them mentality that can so easily arise. But I will say that it's clear that this is something we want to work, that this is for the benefit of our citizens. I totally believe in Rogue Retreat and ACCF in terms of wanting this to be for the betterment of our community. I do believe in looking through the survey and looking at the ARPA Fund survey that our citizens do want us to address homelessness and have something, and I do think this is a positive thing because it does include the services. It's not just a campground where you just open a lot and stick a bunch of tents on. It is an organized, structured spot where people can get help and move to the next level. So it's a part of the continuum that our community at this point is clearly lacking. So I am in favor of it, and having been at the round table, I do feel that some of the questions that we had, this is a back and forth. You know, I understand, and this is what I'm unclear about, Joel, in your question. So let's say they find a piece of of ground, and then they have to improve the ground. And so my question to you is, are we responsible for upgrading the property? Or are you saying that you're going to upgrade the property? And then, yes, that's what I wanted to clarify. You're saying that you find a piece of property.
Valerie, the time for questions is really past. We're having a council discussion here.
I don't remember us moving specifically from questions to.
We did.
Okay, well, I'm just discussing what I'm saying, Sarah, and I'm just saying that I believe that you're putting the money, I'm just trying to clarify what Joel had said, and this is important for my decision, and I think for the constituents, to clarify that we are purchasing the piece of property, they're improving the piece of property, and so they're just saying 5 years from now, we would like to know that if this didn't work out, we would get a return on that. And I don't think that's too much to ask for, because I would want the same thing if I was going through something, and so that's why I'm saying they will get. If the money, you know, I think that's understandable. If the ground is improved, the value of the land will also improve with it. So I'm also, and I know Mark's not here right now, but another thing that came through the roundtable that assured me is that because it's through ARPA funding, the property needs to stay in some sort of housing. It's going to have to stay there. So even if it comes back to us, it will still need to be used under those, or we'll have to pay back the federal government. So it's an ARPA fund. We're saying that this amount of money is being dedicated to the unhoused population and getting services for those. And I think the community is very much in support of that. So we just need to work out the little bugs on the contract. And I agree, they're going to improve the value, then obviously the value of the land goes up. And so that will be, an improvement. And therefore, if we were to put another kind of affordable housing or whatever, it is improved. So I feel very comfortable with where we're going and doing this contract. And I will even go forward one step farther and say, we need to come on board with a community outreach effort. I really think it's important as counselors that if we're dedicated to doing this, and we're dedicated, and as I said, I read through that ARPA survey that people want something to be done. I would ultimately like to have my parks back, and I think this is one step that might help assure us down the road, because that's something that I feel very strongly about. So I am willing to go out to engage neighborhood gatherings, and that's one of the things that I got from the people who were here, is that yes, we need this, but please let us be a part of the discussion and let us, in support of All Care, ACCF, and Road Retreat, let us go out to assure the community that we have made sure that there are things involved to keep that neighborhood safe. And I would agree with Rob with the daycare, that does not need to be as stringent, because those kids are not going to be out walking around to various places. So, as I said, I am very much in support of it. I think we need to move on. I like Sam's making sure that the clear definition of what does it look like if it's not working is very imperative, and that's where we need to hone in on the language, on those specifics.
DJ is on the phone. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, sure. So I appreciate some of the comments before me. I'll keep it brief. I've never expressed disinterest in the general idea of an urban campground. The accusations don't really bother me because they're either coming from ignorance or misunderstanding. So moving forward from here, I'm generally comfortable with the findings of the roundtable. I think that was a clutch step one, okay? And I commend everybody for participating. A couple things moving forward, as far as roles and expectations would be the sustainable funding portion. I need to be relatively certain that the city won't have any expectation of operating expenses moving forward. As far as the money's concerned, grant language, contract language in this presentation, it looks pretty good because just entertaining a portion of it, the restrictions from non-contiguous to residential zone or proximity to schools, that's great because there's the council input that's desired. We desire a council input for just general guidelines about the placement or selection of the property, and if those are established clearly, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with All Care taking those boundaries, if you will, and working underneath them. So let's see. Community outreach, I would agree that the city would have some responsibility for community outreach, but we don't necessarily have a structured department, if you will, as we do public works or public safety, that's going to be designated to handling this. Currently, we just expect Aaron Kubik to do these things. That's not his job. So if we are going to participate with ongoing expenses, community outreach, things involved with this, then council really needs to think about what's the financial mechanism for this. Do we want to create another department underneath administration, for example, that handles these kind of things? I think that's a very important question. The city and county supports this council board of commissioners as active. Let's define what that support means outside of $1.25 million grant contribution. What are the support expectations? Law enforcement support? Yeah, we have public safety inside of the city limits, and then therefore I would say yes, law enforcement support. And Chief Hensman is very passionate about his job, and I expect him to be taking this seriously. But having that on the table kind of spells to me that there is going to be a magnified expectation or a change in service expected now that we're building social service organizations. So, and I hope somebody's taking notes because I expect these things to get clarified. Yeah, that pretty much encapsulates the entirety of my concern in response to this. So let's focus on those questions if you wouldn't mind, and I'm confident in the direction we're going. Thanks.
Thank you. Vanessa, then Brian, then Rob.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming today on behalf of your organizations. I do feel the need to remind the council that the community and the city are already paying for homelessness in a variety of ways. Homeless individuals are likely have more hospital stays with increased poor, deteriorating health. A lot of the times the city is responsible for towing abandoned, disabled vehicles that are parked incorrectly. We are currently cleaning discarded trash throughout the city. Some of our employees, that does result in overtime hours. So I do want to remind the community and the council that we already are paying for homelessness when we talk about ongoing operational cost. I'm not saying that I'm willing to commit the city at this time. I'm just saying that we are already paying for this issue at this time. And I appreciate Councilor Lovelace bringing up the ARPA fund survey, that homelessness was predominantly the most important issue from the community on that survey, that they identified they wanted action taken on that. For staff moving forward, I would like to see the amendment of the grant agreement with the roundtable participants' recommendations. One being a reduction in the daycare buffer. I do agree with what was mentioned earlier. I don't believe the city of Grants Pass should have any responsibility for the location. We did agree originally that we wanted a hands-off approach to this. Therefore, I believe that would be overstepping that original agreement that we made with ourselves. And I do also like the idea of identifying a public participation plan. I think that would go a really long way in garnering community support for this project. Thank you.
Brian, then Rob.
Thank you. So, Aaron, has Mark had a chance to review the suggested contract language from ACCF and provide any opinion on that?
We went over it, but there was no formal opinion associated with it. In my looking at that, I think all of it is somewhat doable. It would be ultimately up to council on what they would like and what they feel comfortable with moving forward.
Okay, great. So the community outreach piece has been brought up a couple times, and I agree with DJ that that's really not the city's responsibility to handle that. I mean, we could probably take a little bit of a supporting role, but thankfully, Rogue Retreat has done this before many, many times. ACCF is there to support them. I think they know what they need to do for public outreach on the front end of this, and we can support them in a minor role. But we definitely don't need to be taking the lead on that. DJ also had a concern about the police resources, and if y'all remember, earlier this year we had an officer from Medford come, and he said that, you know, it was actually a benefit to the use of resources from their department. So I think that at least for me, is not really a concern. I think that, you know, as Vanessa said with some of her points, that it's not going to take more police resources to make this happen, or once it's running to keep it going, it's probably going to take less. And then, honestly, as far as like the suggested language from ACCF, I would really like Mark to just go ahead and like take that and put it into a draft contract for us to review, because at this point we're just kind of spinning our wheels until we have that. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Rob.
Yeah, Brian, I agree with the aspect of having the city attorney get something drafted, because it seems as though we all, in one way or another, we all definitely, it appears as if council wants to move forward on this. The details clearly are in question, but if the details can be worked out, it appears as if we're all in favor. But the details are very important. Getting to both, I think it was Joel and DJ's point, you know, about financial responsibility for the city, future financial responsibility for the city. You know, there was you know, the All Care Foundation wants, apparently, you know, their proposed or their ask, you know, going into a contract would be for, you know, some kind of return on investment for their improvements. Well, that's just way, way too open-ended. I mean, that's just, it's ridiculously open-ended. So if the city was going to agree to something like that, I think even on a case-by-case basis or a year-by-year basis, the council would have to be willing to, need to be consulted on that and sign off, because we have no idea whether those improvements would be, whether the council would feel those improvements are appropriate or something that essentially we would be agreed to buy. You know, if we ever took the property back, we'd be agreeing to buy those improvements. So we need to be able to weigh in on what those improvements are and whether or not we feel they're necessary or cost effective. Otherwise, again, way too open-ended. Just very briefly, and to try to bridge a gap possibly, and two gaps, we talk about community outreach. I know when people have asked me, or when I've discussed this with them, one of the first questions that some of the people have asked is, have I been to Medford? Have I actually seen it? And I can guarantee you that I'm going to be able to probably give a more credible, heartfelt assessment than a counselor that hasn't been there. And in the same way, I'm for, healthy forests, but Joel, I don't know as much about the forests as you know. Or, I vote for school bonds generally, not always, but I vote for school bonds. I'm not going to have anywhere near the credibility or experience with what goes on inside schools as Valerie's going to have, because she's been there. So the fact is, if you want to become part of community outreach as a counselor and you want to be more credible, you'll be a lot more credible when somebody asks you, have you been there? And you'll be able to say yes and give them your first hand on it. You'll be a lot more credible and a lot better messenger for the product.
Rick, then Valerie. And before you start, Rick, I would like us to go through some of these bullet points, so maybe we can get to that point sooner than later. Go ahead, Rick.
Okay. Well, I agree with Rob on the improvements. I feel if the city's going to take on that bullet point, that we need to also have a say in that matter. I also just briefly want to touch that Valerie and I went over and saw one of the Rogue Retreat facilities over in Medford, which is very nice. And I've also visited the tiny village here, but also I want to, previously in other meetings, I've been to Eugene and seen 3 campgrounds there, so I do have a sense of what occurs there. But I'm really concerned about the risk of cost for immediate and future, as Joel has really emphasized, and I'm not sure how we can address that. But a typical campground in Eugene was like 30 people, and if the figure of operating costs each year is $850,000, that would translate into $28,000 per person. And I realize that doesn't give a true picture, but I still think it helps put the severity or the impact that the city could be facing if we would be spending taxpayer dollars, and just to be sensitive to that. So, thank you.
Valerie.
Yeah, and I get that, but I also, in response to that, want to also say there is right now funding, and that's why they were talking about the OHA, Oregon Health and Mental Health Services, and 110. There is a lot of money right now sitting up in Salem waiting to go for mental health and addiction services. So you're more apt to get those money if you have a system that's up and running, as opposed to not having a system. And so what will happen if we have nothing, we will get nothing. But if we have something working in our community, then we are better apt to be able to go after those. And having the support of the city along with it will just make those chances of getting that money even better. So from that perspective, I'm not as worried, because I do know that there is money sitting there waiting to go into mental health services, waiting to go into all of these things that we're doing. I know that they just don't want to say, and it's hard to know what you're going to need or not need. I'm going to assume that at some point, they might have to tone down the size. I mean, I don't know. That's what you do when you don't have the money. So I think that they're just afraid of saying, because they do recognize that we do have CDBG funds, which are specifically meant for these sorts of things in the community. And so they're just saying, well, we probably will apply for those, which I think makes sense. So I am not as concerned at this point, because I do know that any services they do to those people, they get reimbursed for, because those people have money through the Oregon Health Plan to get those services. So that money is reimbursable. So it's not like we're going out there assuming we're going to have to pay for it. So I would go along with you. I think we need to go through the bullets and say what we need more information on. And I would agree with Brian that we need to turn it over as soon as possible to get Mark to okay it, so we can move forward, so that they can go out and start looking at these pieces of property, so that we can know where we need to. And I disagree in terms of it's the business of the city manager and the city staff to go out and talk with my constituents. That's my job. That's why I ran, is because I need to be out talking with my people. If that means I need to go down to knock on my neighbor's door, I need to go down to the local elementary school and explain to them what's going on, I think that's my job. I don't think it's the city's job. So I'm just going to make that clear. I feel that very strongly.
All right. Brian, did you still have something?
Take it away, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's start on page 4, everybody. Okay.
We did have a public affairs officer, and in my impression in past, the experience of a public affairs officer is to put together public involvement plans.
Yeah,
We don't have that now.
yeah.
That position is probably needed in the future, not only with this, but with others. And it's not duplicating the newspaper, it's not telling our story, it's putting together effective public involvement plans that share the truth of what's going on. So, just a note.
Thanks, Joel. Yeah, that position is unfilled but not unfunded at this time. Isn't that right, Aaron?
Yeah, we're actively recruiting for it.
I'll note that I also did at least 5 media interviews last week, so we have shared duties with the city staff on that issue. All right, slide 4. It looks like a couple of these issues that were in the grant agreement the first time around were that the city was requiring a proof of purchase sale agreement, and 3 real estate brokers' opinions of value or appraisal. So we definitely had that past grant tied in directly with purchase of a specific property, and is that something that the city wishes to continue?
So I'm having a hard time following you. Which can we
It's-
show the
well,
slide?
It's page
Oh, right
2,
there.
but
Okay,
it's slide
okay.
4.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it says grant agreement and contract language, and previously we had that tied in to one property, which really put the city in the position of, you know, helping to select or authorizing a particular property. And I think there's been some discussion now about just putting in a buffer zone that, you know, would exclude certain areas close to schools and maybe daycares or parks or whatever the council would be inclined to include, but to not have it be contingent on one property, which personally I would say really caused some of the trouble last time, is that you get into a situation of the city selecting the property. Brian.
So the first bullet, the proof of purchase sale agreement, I mean, that really ties it to a specific location. And I personally would be more comfortable with council setting stipulations. And as long as those stipulations are met, you know, they can decide the location. So I guess maybe as part of the final agreement, we probably will need that, but not as a condition of approval.
So is the council comfortable with that? Joel?
So there's 2 items involved here. One is, and it can get a little complicated with the vocabulary. One is responsibility and the other is authority. You can delegate authority, you can't delegate responsibility. So we delegate the authority for them to choose the site. There is no way that we can delegate the responsibility. We're still going to be responsible. So, so when you're looking at the authority versus the responsibility, you want to make sure in your mind, and Vanessa, it's okay to disagree, and I would encourage you to disagree, but the council is responsible for the outcome. We're delegating the authority, not the responsibility.
So I don't know what that means, Joel. Are you comfortable with providing some stipulations such as the 1,000-foot buffer zone and then having whoever, All Care Foundation, select the location and not having our grant be contingent upon approval of a particular property? Or do you want appraisals and purchase of sale agreements to be part of your decision to approve a grant.
So we can delegate the authority for them to purchase it, and we can live with the results, and we're going to be responsible for the results. That's all I'm saying.
I have to add, when it comes to legally purchasing and selling public property, you can provide, I think, criteria. Here's the criteria that we would like to see, that we've heard is acceptable from the community for a site. And ultimately, they may come back with 1 or 2 or 3 different sites that might meet that criteria. But and you can award a grant, but based on that criteria. But ultimately, they would then need, sort of like we do with the facade improvement grant or whatever. We say, we're going to award you a grant for $50,000, and and here's the criteria and how you can spend it. But we don't give them that $50,000 until they've met all of the criteria. And one of the criteria you'd have to put in there is something along these lines. You would have to show that there is proof that you're providing a dollar amount that is equal to the value of the purchase of the property. There's got to be a checks and balances where if you're going to give them 1.2 million, that can't go out and just buy a property for 1.2 million, but it comes back assessed and appraised at 250,000. So there's going to be a point before any transactional dollars occur that there's a public process involved and a public hearing involved that justifies the actual distribution of funds based on the criteria. And that one of the criteria would have to be proof of value somehow.
So what is the criteria that the council is comfortable with as far as, we've heard 1,000 feet for schools? But I've heard a number of people say you don't want daycares to be included in that. Do you want a buffer zone for daycares? Do you, Rick?
I would still be in favor of supporting the daycare boundary. Thank you.
Of 1,000 feet for daycares? Okay, so I'm going to put Rick down as a yes for 1,000 feet for daycares, and if the rest of you could say yes or no, that would be helpful. Brian?
The 1,000 feet sounds good. For daycares, I would reduce it pretty significantly. I would say 300 feet for daycares.
Okay, Kurt? Do you want 1,000 feet for daycares or a smaller buffer?
Smaller.
Are you comfortable with 3,000, or 300, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay. Valerie?
I'm okay with the 300.
Rob?
Question maybe for Jason or anyone else. Off the top of my head, I've forgotten. A city block is how many feet? How many linear feet?
Brad just told me downtown they're about 350, but it's variable, depends on where you're at. But downtown they're about 350 feet.
Like between G and H, basically, or H and I would be 350?
Yeah.
Okay. And I would actually like to see less buffer for the daycares, quite frankly. I would agree with the 300, but I actually don't even think that daycare should have any buffer at all. I think 1,000 feet for schools, I think is appropriate.
Vanessa?
I support a reduction or elimination.
Joel?
I would support what Brian says in the 300 feet for daycare.
Okay, and DJ?
Yeah, so I understand 300 feet for daycare. What's the proposition for schools?
1,000.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, so we'll work that in, 1,000 for schools, 300 for daycare.
So, Mayor, can I add, I don't want to add to complexity, but I just want to clarify our definition of schools with regards to the implementation of that in our code lists more than just schools and daycare. There's a number of other activities that are included in the 1,000-foot buffer, say, for instance, youth recreational facility like Oregon Football Association. That is to be included still in the definition as schools, because you've got kids that are potentially walking to and from that site, and we're only looking at pulling daycare of that group.
Well, I know in that particular location that a center like this would already be excluded based on the new social service zoning, right?
Well, you take
In
a
the
look at
downtown business
Boys and
district.
Girls Club or OFA or whatever it is, there could be a youth recreational facility that's not a school, but it's considered in that definition, which is providing for that 1,000-foot buffer. I just wanted to just get clarity. It looks like the only thing that you're concerned with at the moment is pulling daycare out and minimizing it to 300 feet. And maybe Brad, if we give him a second, he might be able to pull up the definition and what that actually entails in the definition of school, but it's more than just school.
Okay, who wants to take a stab at youth facility and a buffer zone for that? Brian?
Well, before I say anything about that, I think we're kind of making these decisions in a little bit of a vacuum here. I mean, we don't have the GIS pulled up. We don't know how restrictive this is going to be. 300 feet could still be super restrictive and not open up enough sites. So I would appreciate maybe coming back when we talk about this again and have maybe some slides that show the restrictiveness of these different options.
A more detailed map? Yep. Okay, youth facility, anybody? Do you want that to be considered as a school or maybe more like a daycare? Something like the YMCA or the Boys and Girls Club? Rick?
I think with the Boys and Girls Club, a lot of those kids walk over there, so I'd be concerned about not having some sort of setback. Thank you.
Okay. Valerie?
I would agree. I think at this point in time, it's the walking or the daycare, you expect them to be dropped off and picked up. And I think that's what, made me feel comfortable letting that go. I think we could sit there and talk in circles, but at this point in time, I think we count the youth facilities as a school and then go from there.
Okay, it's just a first draft, but 1,000 feet, does that seem reasonable to everybody? For the youth facilities, Brian?
I have no idea how many youth facilities there are. My first shot in the dark here, since I don't really know what we're talking about or looking at, is to make it 300 feet like the daycare. But again, I'm going to need to see the maps to know for sure.
Okay, that does give it approximately one city block at 300 feet. Joel?
So when we put in the Gospel Rescue Mission, what kind of buffers were we talking about there? Or what was the criteria, or did we have any criteria at that point in time? Just to learn from the past?
Well, that's tough because I think some of the codes have changed since then. It's been over a decade that the mission went in.
So
So the environment may have changed a little bit to what it is today, along with other infrastructure that may have been put into place that may grandfather certain things. So it's hard for me to answer at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Rob?
Yeah, to me, the logic, as Valerie just said, the logic of the daycare is that kids would pretty much be being dropped off by parents. So that, to me, makes perfect sense to bring that down to 300 feet at most. As far as the, different types of youth facilities, I appreciate the Aaron mentioning, the football academy or the Boys and Girls Club. I'm just, off the top of my head, I can't really think of others, but that would also be something, before we made a final decision on that, I'd like to see. I mean, generally speaking, though, with that same logic of kids being dropped off at a daycare center, well, at a lot of those different youth facilities, they're going to be walking. So I think it's probably best to classify them the same way that we would a school.
Okay.
If you'd like, we can try,
Let's leave it at
it sounds like
1,000
there's
for
a
now.
request that we get a map that sort of has the spirit of your discussion, and we can look at the different uses. If it's primarily that it's going to be like under K grade, they're gonna not be walking. K through 12 type of activity, they may be walking. So we'll apply the bubbles to that spirit, and we'll let you know what those classifications are for when we come back and have that discussion further, if you'd like.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I think we don't want to get ourselves into a position where everybody, somebody opens a Taekwondo studio and now we can't have anything for 5 blocks around. DJ on the phone.
I think that we have a direction on this specific thing, as I've been listening to everybody's comment. We're not making a decision now. Leave it up to staff. They're gonna bring back all of our concerns. So I do have some input going back to slide 4, if I could at this point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, very good. Let's see here, going back to that slide 4, the proof of purchase sales agreement and all these things. Aaron, thank you for bringing up the things that have to happen. We can't just give money away. There has to be a step in the process. I think council should be the entity that has the last and final say, just to be sure the criteria is being met and the price is right, basically. Let's see, going into ensuring success on slide 4, 3 real estate broker's opinion of value or appraiser. We have good, better, and best, good being one person's opinion and better being that. Well, if we go down to slide 8, I believe, suggested language by Sam Engel is noting towards determined by a professional appraiser at the time for the need for an appraiser. So it seems like they're suggesting just get a downright appraisal for the land. Yeah, however difficult that is for fair general commercial, I think that's probably a really good idea. Nobody can contest certified appraisal. I think that's the cleanest, albeit probably the most painstaking way to handle that. So definitely having the proof of purchase sales agreement, appraisal, I think that's the direction that we should go. And I think that generally addresses just that specific slide. Thank you.
So DJ, just to clarify, you're suggesting doing one certified appraisal rather than the 3 brokers' opinions?
Yeah, given that down there, it looks like the recommendation from the representative from All Care Foundation is to have an official appraisal. So yes, I think that is the only way to have an incontestable value of this property, given our responsibility to, spending the taxpayers' money.
Okay, Doug, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, to DJ's point, there seems to be a little confusion. The intent with the language from Sam was, in the case the city takes the property back in the future, then there needs to be an appraisal at that point. The initial purchase of the property, there's no intent on our point to imply we need an appraisal to get the property purchased. But someday in the future, if it gets taken back, there's going to need to be a very deliberate valuation of the property and its improvements if the city's going to be asked to either sell the property and reimburse All Care for those improvements, or somehow the value of those improvements gets returned to All Care, then that's when an appraisal will be needed.
Sure, Doug, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, that's our intent.
So I was mistaken. That being said, that seems, correct me if I'm not understanding this, but as far as capital improvements and reimbursements, how are we going to have a realistic understanding of the actual value of the property at the time of the investment referenced against the capital improvements to find out how much the city would theoretically owe the All Care Foundation? We would be basing a broker's opinion on the investment, which could theoretically be inflated against the capital improvements. So I'm feeling that we need to have that official baseline appraised value to be able to reference the improvement costs.
All right, is it on this topic, Rob?
Yeah, DJ, in some aspects, I would completely agree with you, especially if we were going to include the 2.5% vesting of the value of the land back to ACCF every year. What value is that? Again, so we would need certified appraisal for that. I don't personally like that clause at all, and I don't really want to agree to basically gradually be giving them the value of the land. But if we were going to include that clause, we would need to know for sure the absolute for sure value going in.
Brian, on this topic?
Yes. So on the topic of valuation, a couple months ago when we were discussing this, I was under the impression that if we were going to get a legitimate commercial appraisal on this, it could take months from what I heard before. So that's why we originally went with the real estate broker's opinions of value last time. So if we were to get 3 opinions of value and take an average of those, you know, we could even get 5 opinions of value and take an average of those, and I would be comfortable that that is close enough so that it doesn't delay this for months to get that appraisal that I seem to understand last time, that the reason we weren't doing that was because it was going to take months to get that appraisal.
DJ, do you know how long an appraisal takes?
Yes, it's going to take anywhere from 4 to 8 months, I presume, for a fair piece of general commercial. Here's like a middle of the road opinion. How about we do get 3 or 4 brokers, and then we get to choose them? I think that would be fair. They could choose a couple, the city could choose a couple, and I think that's going to probably eliminate any potential bias. Not saying that the selections would be purposefully biased, but we wouldn't have to be concerned about a bias if both parties selected brokers for evaluation.
All right, council, so if we did 4 brokers' opinions and each party selected 2, would you be comfortable with that? I'm seeing yes from Vanessa, Rick, Valerie, Kurt, Brian. Okay. So we will modify that to consider 4. Okay. We need to address the idea of the city's expectation of how long the urban campground would be in operation, or what happens if it does not continue as an urban campground. So we have some different ideas on that, but council, do you have a stipulation, I guess? Go ahead, DJ.
So I think there's a couple questions to be answered here. There's the acute focus of only an urban campground, and then there's a broad focus of the idea of transitioning out of homelessness. So the council will have to address, do we want to have the acute focus of urban campground alone with this money, or do we want to broaden that spectrum? And then, of course, the term for discretion. The first covenant mentioned 12 months. It looks the council wasn't really comfortable with that. It appears, if I'm interpreting it correctly, that All Care Foundation is proposing 6 years. I think 12 months is too few of time, too little time, and 6 years is too much. So I think we would be wise to, go for the middle, couple years, 24 months, 36 months, something along those lines. So those, at this point, are my only concerns.
Thanks, DJ. Yeah, they do also have the wider definition of transitional housing for 6 years. Does that affect your opinion at all?
Well, yeah, I'm actually not entirely decided on if we should do the acute focus or the broad spectrum. So I actually not really prepared to make that decision right now. I'm just trying to assist with the discussion.
Okay, thank you. All right, Joel.
So to me, those other, like low-income housing, that's not the issue we're trying to resolve right now. We're trying to resolve the people in the park with the urban campground. And we could still make a decision in the future if there's no need for an urban campground in the future. But right now, it seems to me like it needs to be restricted to the urban campground, not limited to tent camping, tiny houses, painted shelters, RV, and car camping. And then in the future, if for some reason that isn't needed anymore with regards to our parks and what we're doing there for the citizens, then we could consider expanding it.
Okay, so council, do you support focusing it on the campground including the different kinds of pop-up shelters and parking. Go ahead, Vanessa.
Just for clarification, the reason this was brought up in the roundtable discussion was it was to be more in line with the interim final rule of the Treasury guidelines for the ARPA funds. And it does define services to address homelessness, such as supportive housing, and to improve access to stable, affordable housing among unhoused individuals. So that's where that was coming from.
And in addition to that, we're trying to resolve the park issue. And so I think this particular effort needs to be restricted to the urban campground as we've defined it here. And we have other programs that are, that, you know, we've even passed the excise tax that support that. And in the future, if we need to change it, we can.
Okay, so the question is whether, well, go ahead, DJ has a question real quick. Go ahead, DJ.
Sure, I have a clarifying question. So this term is just in direct reference to, in term I mean time, to the unilateral discretion of the city. But I'm working under the presumption, and if I could get clarification, that if these terms needed to be negotiated or changed to expand the use or otherwise, is it correct to presume that if both parties were to come to the table to renegotiate things, that's allowed anytime? Is that correct?
I would think so. What do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, I think jointly you could do a renegotiation of that, but you just have, the one caveat would be, I think any use of the property would have to be in alignment with the original intent of the ARPA dollars, and to go beyond that would be, you would need to be looking at potentially reimbursement to the federal government for the use of that property for something other than what it was originally granted for.
Okay, sure. Thanks for that clarification. And the reason I'm asking, and Joel and Vanessa have helped bring up this point, is if we were to say urban campground alone, and then let's say there was some success with urban campground and otherwise, and they wanted to do transitional housing or affordable housing or whatever on this property, that wouldn't necessarily seem to me to be a violation of the terms of the federal regulations. I just want to understand if I can work on the presumption that this can't be a fluid or organic sort of process, in that we can jointly change our minds in the future for good or bad. I just really want to understand that. Thank you.
Do you have anything to add there, Aaron? No? Okay. So I think the question now is just whether we want to focus exclusively on permitting the funding to be used, or the land used with this funding to be used exclusively for an urban campground with kind of that wider definition of including parking and the pop-up shelters, or if we want to go ahead and include low-income transitional housing to be in kind of that initial grant, that it wouldn't necessarily violate the terms of the contract. So I heard from Joel, focus on campground. Vanessa, are you saying also include low-income housing?
I'd like it to remain with the broad definition as is.
Okay, Rob?
So I think that if we allow a broader definition, and All Care then goes and makes improvements on the property, again, are we footing the bill for their discretionary expenditures? You know, we know, I guess we could sense that if it was just used for an urban campground, the discretionary improvements would likely be a lot less. It doesn't seem like there's a lot that you could, too many high dollar things you could add to an urban campground. But if you expand it out, it's really a very open, it almost could be a Pandora's box of spending. So I think we need to decide two things in conjunction with each other. Are we going to agree to foot the bill for improvements that All Care deems necessary? You know, and or do we want to keep this tightly focused, you know, as an urban campground?
I didn't understand whether you want to focus on an urban campground or if you want to include the broader definition.
So, can someone define for me again the broader definition? When you say broader definition, as defined by who exactly?
So maybe to help, because to give you a realistic definition of what you've dealt with before, the broader definition really mirrors our consolidated plan and our community development block grant dollars. So those projects that go for affordable housing projects that you give out each year, and then those services that you give to, say, for instance, Maslow Project and those kind of things, that sort of encompasses the general spirit of what ARPA expanded their use for, is sort of an extension almost of the consolidated plan, to give you a real example. But I think Vanessa did mention, it's just a relatively broad definition, but in essence, when you look at application, it's sort of like our consolidated plan. So it can go for low-income housing, any kind of low-income type of housing projects or unhoused projects, focusing on adults and youth.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to keep this more focused to an urban campground, in part because a model that we've seen in Medford that seems to work, that seems like a good entry point for people to potentially be classified for what kind of help they need. That seems to be a good entry point. I'm sure we're going to want or possibly need other projects in the future, but I still would want that to be part of what we'll say our entry into helping the homeless is. And I think that would, keeping that an urban campground is probably the smart move, although we can go back and potentially renegotiate that in the future, as DJ was saying. But I think that's an initial piece of the model that we've seen work in Medford.
Okay, thank you. DJ?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Rob, you bring up an excellent point. If we think back to the, original time that we came up with the $1.25 million, it included purchase of the property, some utility extensions to the property, parking lot, just using those as a general example. Well, so what we've done is we differentiated between the capital investment of the real estate and the operating costs of the real estate. And then we've been asked to reimburse some of those expenditures, if you will, that are a part of this $1.25 million grant. So if we were to broaden the spectrum, and even if we said urban campground, we might need to either just contribute for the real estate investment or keep it $1.25 million and ask for receipts just to make sure that money is being spent appropriately. Because I think that we're talking about two separate definitions here. We're talking about real estate investment, or we're talking about capital improvements. So we're asked for reimbursement on one end, but we're shown that capital improvements are going to be made with the initial grant monies. So I really need that to get clarified. And at this point, I think keeping the focus to urban campground would be wise, considering that we can renegotiate in the future. But also, if I may please get clarified sometime in the future or otherwise, how this money is going to be allocated for the investment or improvements, because I think that's a really important point that Rob brings up.
Okay, thank you. How about Valerie? Do you want it to stick to urban campground?
Yes, I do.
And Rick?
So please restate that.
So I'm just kind of taking a head count here of whether you want it to be focused on the urban campground, that definition of urban campground, or whether you're comfortable with the property and the funds being used for a broader definition of low-income housing.
Well, I'm sort of mixed on that. The thing is, I see the presentation that was made today, the people are looking at that property use and leaving the door open for upgrade in the future. So I don't know that I'm totally against that upgrade. I'm not sure that gives you the answer, but.
Okay. Kurt?
I think the campground is just one step up the stairway to the solution. So I don't see any reason to define it as just the campground. I think the broader solution, because that's what we're after, is a solution. So I'm good with the broader definition.
And Brian?
While I appreciate the broader definition, my fear is that it is complicating things perhaps, and it could make things more complicated to get to our goal. So I would probably be more comfortable right now using our original definition of urban campground as it's defined on the screen. I think that gives us plenty of flexibility for years to come to help our community, and down the road, if we want to revisit that at some point, that's great, but I kind of want to streamline it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, how about a period of time? Sam Engel has suggested that for a period of 6 years, there would be a requirement. Are you comfortable with 6 years, Brian?
Can you explain 6 years?
It says for a period of 6 years, the initial land purchased by this grant must be, he says, but not solely, used for an urban campground focused on transitioning people out of shelterlessness. I think the point is to get at what the council's expectation of how long this needs to be used for a campground.
What slide is this? Oh, thank you.
DJ, go ahead.
Oh, there we go. I think 6 years is a little much. I think 12 months is not enough. I think, I'm even thinking 24 months might not even really be good. So anywhere from 24 to 36 months I think would be wise. And here's why I would like to sort of shorten that term, is because that's going to encourage the next council that addresses this, or whomever it is on council, it's going to encourage to come back to the table and find out how's it going, are expectations met, and do we need to renegotiate our initial agreement, rather than just waiting 6 years theoretically to come back to the table. And that's really the only reason why I want to recommend a lesser term, is to encourage the negotiation.
Okay, go ahead, Brian.
I'm not sure that there needs to be a period at all. It seems to me like once the urban campground is up and running, you know, the definition is broad enough. I mean, with the RVs and the car camping and the tiny houses and everything else, I personally don't see the need in our community going away for this type of service. Like in 3 years or 4 years, we're not going to have magically, you know, solved homelessness, everybody. I'm sorry. So I feel like this is probably going to be something that we're going to need in our community on an ongoing basis to varying levels. You know, sometimes more, sometimes less. But I'm of the opinion that, you know, as long as the site is being run to the expectations of the contract, that is just a rolling renewal, unless, you know, I don't know, maybe not even unless anything, so.
Well, back on slide 4, we did have, there was a bullet point, this was an issue in the original contract, that there was a binding covenant that the property shall only be operated as an urban campground, with the city having an option to purchase the land back for $1 if it was not operated as an urban campground. So to some degree, establishing a period of time might provide the All Care Foundation with some stability, that they know, you know, that for at least 3 or 5 years or whatever, we're not going to try to buy it back for $1. Just a thought. Valerie?
Yeah, I was also going to say that at the time they talked about, they felt that because they were going to be making some investment in the property, it was a return on their investment too, that they were more willing to make that investment if they knew that, you know, in 3 years it might all be for naught. So I think the 6 years is there, but beneath the 6 years, it has, the urban campground must be operated under conditions of use
while a need exists, and then it says that if it's less than 20%, obviously, a lack of need, less than 20% for a period of 3 months, then it will be shut down. So there's that, if it's not necessary, though I agree it will be. 2, in a transitionally focused manner consistent with industry standards. I don't know if there's specific industry standards written out there, but they're just saying that it's transitionally focused and it needs to be consistent in a manner conducive to a reasonable, safe, and healthy facility. So I don't know if that's spelled out enough, but I do think it's clear that, you know, if something goes wrong, that they be given time to bring it back up. So I don't know if that needs to be further clarified as to what exactly means there's an issue. So I think maybe there's a clarification there, but I would agree with the 6 years as long as there are steps involved in saying, okay, if it falls, you know, beyond this and there's a problem with safety, service safety, that they're given, you know, 3 months to bring it, to show that they're taking care of it. So I'm comfortable with the 6 years as long as there's other steps are clarified.
Okay, Kurt?
Yeah, I would agree that 6 years gives the commitment that they need to do what they need to do, and we've set up the criteria that if it's not needed, that it would be ended. So as long as we have that criteria set, I don't see any reason to put a short period on it.
Rick?
I guess I'm not totally locked into 6 years, but if that's what the council wants to go with, I don't have a real problem with it. Thank you.
Rob?
I could agree with 6 years. I also could see advantages to having it be 3 or 4. You know, I would assume that the first year, any benefit that we get out of it at all in the first year, I think would be just almost like a bonus or gravy. It's going to take X number of months to get it up and running, get the word out, and work out some of the initial kinks. But, you know, to have a little bit of an incentive for everyone to make it work well fairly quickly by shortening that period is not a bad idea. 6 years is a long time. So I could definitely support 4 years. I wouldn't vote against 6, but I could definitely support 4 years.
Okay. Vanessa?
I support 6 years.
Joel?
I agree with Brian. I think it's kind of redundant. And it's covered by other measures and adequately covered. So I don't know if we need to specify any time period.
Okay, well, I did hear 5 for 6 years, if I count Rob saying he wouldn't vote against it. So we won't hold you to that necessarily, but on a first draft, at least, it looks like 6 years is the council direction. All right. Is there anything else that anybody's identified as being like a real sticking point that we need to get discussion going on before the city drafts something up? Brian?
Well, I know Rob has brought up the point a couple times of the vesting piece, and so that's probably something worth discussing.
Of the capital improvements on the property?
Of the land, I think, well, maybe both.
Slide 7. All right, slide 7, everybody's on page 4. Okay, the vesting of the land. So what is your opinion on that, Rob? Do you support them earning the vesting in the land?
I don't think I do. I'd like to hear more discussion about it, but if, you know, if for any number of these reasons the city has to take the property back, we might not be taking, we're going to end up having to essentially pay to get some of that land back. In other words, we will have given some of that land away. And so I just, again, I'd like to hear more discussion on it, but it just seems like if for some reason ACCF were to either drop the ball or that we're no longer in need or whatever, whatever might come up, I don't see the city necessarily needing to pay more than our original value of it to get the land back, which is what would end up happening. We'd pay $1, but we'd end up basically paying more to get just to get the land back. I don't see that as being reasonable.
DJ, go ahead.
Sure. Well, the current recommendation for purchasing the property and 2.5% to all care and paid for capital improvements and valuation, that's an equation that spells a financial loss to the city. We need to understand that. If that doesn't bother council, then what's recommended should be the thing to do. I think we still need to answer the question of the real estate investment in the property and the capital improvements that are intended to be done with the theoretical grant money that we give them, because we can't expect to reimburse us. We can't expect us to reimburse them for capital improvements that were made with the grant money, and I'm sure everybody understands that. But let me just go back by saying, unless we renegotiate what is proposed to us right now, that is an equation for financial loss on the city's end. So just be aware of that.
Sounds like you don't support it. Can I assume that?
Yes, as presented, I don't support it.
Okay. So how about everybody on page, or on slide 7, there's a proposal that ACCF would earn 2.5% vesting of the land value for every year that they were to operate this. What do you think? Brian?
So I don't want us to conflate the topics here, because there's the topic of the vesting of the land, and then there's a separate topic of the improvements. So I'm just talking about the land right now, just to try to keep things simple.
Okay.
So on the land, the 2.5% vesting seems perfectly reasonable to me. That's a 40-year period. So, if they're operating that site for 40 years, in my opinion, they've darn well earned that property. They've done so much benefit to the community that I would be perfectly comfortable with that. I feel like 2.5% per year is not unreasonable.
Somebody else? You want me to put you on the spot? Valerie?
Yeah, I'm kind of torn on this one. I kind of feel like maybe once I see it be successful and I see it operating under a long period of time and recognize the value, I might be open to doing that. I don't know that in the beginning I am, as I think it is just kind of a community service on both of our parts. I mean, it is federal money. It's city taxpayer. It's, people's money that's going into it. And I mean, I'm not a real estate person, and I'm not big at understanding that whole thing. I can see, as Brian said, if you have it for 25, 30 years and it's been a successful operation, that makes a lot of sense to me that they would get that. But in the beginning, I don't know that I feel comfortable right off the bat stepping up to that, and would say that maybe after, the 6 years, we would renegotiate if it was up and operating at that time. So just a thought.
Okay. Somebody else? Well, Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, I basically agree with what Valerie just said. I mean, obviously the extreme upside, as Brian points out, if they're running for 40 years, they've done amazingly a lot of major good to the community. But the other end of that is if somehow we end up with the property back, or needing to take the property back after 5 years, and then we have to pay 12.5% of the property just to get it back, due to whatever reason the project has failed, that just seems ridiculous to me. Because, theoretically, again, the city's a nonprofit, the All Care Foundation is a nonprofit, we're doing this for the good of the community, but we may end up having to pay 12.5% just to start over. So I can't support that. To renegotiate that or to look at it again in 5 or 10 years, absolutely. But going in, I can't support.
Okay, so we have an option of vesting right off the bat, not vesting at all, or vesting after, let's say, just to get things moving after the initial period of 6 years. What do you think, Vanessa?
If we're separating the discussion of capital improvements and the 2.5% vesting, I do not support vesting at this time.
Okay. Joel?
I support Vanessa's position.
Okay. And Rick?
I support not including the 2.5% vesting. And one other reason too, when property is improved, it's improved for the specific use, maybe the new use, it's a detriment. So we could find, yes, the value of the property's gone up, but if we have to, the city go in, expend monies to clean it up for a new use, that falls back on us. That's why I would be real hesitant on that. Thank you.
Okay, Kurt, on the issue of vesting?
So just a question then, to follow along with what Rob's bringing up, is the 2.5% of the original appraised value? I mean, if we're giving them 2.5% of the ownership, which would be what vested would mean, and the property appreciates over time, then that 2.5% is just going to continue to grow. I think somehow that their investment into their improvements into the property could be somehow capped so that they don't exceed that 2.5%. But I'm concerned that the property is going to grow over those years, and that 2.5% is just going to compound. So I guess I can't necessarily, I do agree that they deserve something, but I just don't think this is the right solution.
Okay, I think we've heard from enough that we're not interested in investing, at least right off the bat. How about in terms of reimbursement for capital improvements to the property? Vanessa?
Before we touch on this, Erin, would you mind reminding the council how this works with properties that we lease both to the Chamber of Commerce and the Josephine County Food Bank? If for any reason we took back ownership, or took back those properties with those capital improvements that have been done, how does that work?
I don't want to review the contract language to speak specifically to that question, so I'm not prepared at the moment to give you an answer on that.
Thank you.
Okay, DJ?
Let's see, I'm not in favor of reimbursement for capital improvements at this time. The reason why is based on information that we've been given is the All Care Foundation intends to utilize this grant money for theoretically all the capital improvements that they need to do to create an urban campground, which we've just restricted this to an urban campground, if I recall correctly. So we're talking parking lots, water line, sewer line, you know, some grading. And I don't think that their contribution is going to be that substantial. And furthermore, I think what is substantial is the already agreed upon grant money of $1.25 million capped off is plenty generous enough for a project of this magnitude. And therefore, I would not agree to capital improvements. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody who wants to speak in favor of capital improvements at this time? Valerie?
I think it comes back down to, okay, you have a piece of property and you probably are going to have to do something to it. It's my understanding, and maybe I need clarity on this, is that we're not set on the 1.25. A lot of it has to do with a piece of the property, am I correct? So right now, there'll be appraisals, 4 appraisals, 2 and 2, and that will give us the cost of the money, and they have to show us a purchase agreement to pay for the piece of property. And that's what we're paying for off the top. Am I correct? I mean, at one point in time, but that was never approved, the 1.25, because that was...
I would agree with you that that was something we talked about in specifically to that in-street property.
Right,
that
and
it's
so
not
the
a
purchase that we were
locked in
going to agree to was for the piece of the property. So I'm going to assume that they're going to, and when I asked them, they said they knew they were going to have to put the money into doing the improvements, whether it's paving it or whatever that needs to do to make it a workable piece of property. I think that maybe with approval or just a checklist of what they're doing, we know they're going to have to do some sort of improvement. So I hate to say, well, no, it's going to discourage them from doing anything to it. So, I figured that if they're going to get the piece of property, that's the agreed upon. And then if they have improvements, it only makes sense that if they're putting their money into it, they would get reimbursed down the road. So
The original proposal was they asked for 1.2 million, and they asked for $1 million for the purchase of the land, and they were also asking for an additional 200,000 to help make it ready for operation, which included some paving and probably some engineer work and that kind of thing. So landscaping, fencing,
right,
to get it more ready. So and ultimately that would be up to council and what you wanted to do from your grant perspective.
So, and I guess that's what I'm trying to clarify, because right now, that particular deal did not go through. And so we're at stage 1 of an agreement at this point in time. So I'm just saying that they're going to have to put some capital improvements on it. You can't buy a piece of property and just throw a bunch of tents on it and think that you're going to have a campground. So I just want to make sure that it's clarified that if that's the case, then we will go, those will be approved before they're paid for. I guess that's the clarity I'm looking for, because you're right. You don't want to just give them a blanket, here's a price and do what you need to do and we'll pay for whatever, we'll reimburse you for whatever you do. I think that kind of does need to be a partnership between what are the improvements that you need to make, and we would have to agree with that.
Since we don't have a property or a budget
Yeah,
at this
so-
time, the idea for the contract is if the foundation were to put in capital improvements, and then if the city were to decide to take back that property, would they be reimbursed for anything that they had spent?
Their money.
Their money.
Yes, and I still would
And
agree that they
which-
should be reimbursed.
Theoretically, we could
Yes.
provide all the startup costs,
Yes.
and 3 years later, they put in a shower facility or something, and then 2 years after that, we decide to take it all back. Would they get their money back for the shower
And I guess I
facility?
would say that yes.
So you're a yes. Okay, thank you. DJ has something. Do you still have something, DJ?
No, thank you. I've said what I needed to say.
Okay, thanks. Rick?
I don't have a problem if All Care has invested their own business dollars into the property. Where I have the hesitation if most of that money, or all of the money, which I would like to think has come from grants, and that they have not had to spend their own dollars on it. So that would be the difference. So when Valerie talks about reimbursement, if they've had to put personal money into it, then I think we need to recognize that in some manner at some time. Thank you.
Okay, Kurt?
Yeah, I would agree with what Rick just said. I think that, possibly we could put a cap on a certain amount. And if they were going to exceed that cap for a specific period of time, that they came to council and had us approve their plans. I don't think we write a blank check, but I do think if you loan your neighbor your car and then you get a tire blown out and he has to replace your tire, you should pay him for it.
Brian?
I want to be good partners with ACCF. They need to have assurances from us that, they're not going to put a bunch of money into this property and then we're going to pull out the rug from under them and then they're just going to be out all that money. It disincentivizes them from a successful site. So I would be in favor of some sort of reimbursement. It could even be a percentage. It doesn't have to be 100%. It could be a 2/3 or, it could be a smaller percentage, but I would be in favor of a reimbursement.
All right, Rick?
And I like the comments that Rob made before. If they're doing capital improvements there, we, the council, should have a review of that because, let's say they decide to go build the Taj Mahal. No, we're not going to favor that, but if it's something minimal, I don't see there's a problem there. So I would like to think that we have a partnership there. Thank you.
Vanessa, then Joel.
I support reimbursement for capital improvement on the property.
Joel?
So I would support reimbursement for any capital investment that is beyond the grant funds used for capital investment and the appreciation of those assets. So if you, because those assets are going to appreciate over time, and we don't, since we paid for them initially with the grant, that appreciation of those assets, we don't want to pay them for that. So I would say that we would reimburse them for the assets that were invested by their own money or not invested with grant funds, and the appreciation of those assets, that we wouldn't pay for that.
Are you, just to clarify, are you saying yes to the appreciation value?
We should not reimburse them for the appreciation of the capital investments that are done with grant funds, because that's public money.
Okay, but you're saying you would reimburse the actual costs of their own expenditures, or would you reimburse them for the appreciation?
So let me give you an example. The $1.2 million funds everything. I don't think that's going to be the case, but let's say it is. Well, then we wouldn't reimburse them for any assets in the future, because, even if they appreciated. If they spent another $500,000 on improvements, and those appreciated over time, over the $1.2 million, then we would reimburse them for those assets that went beyond the grant.
Okay. Rob?
I think part of this, the appreciation, depending on, and I've heard 2 or 3 strains of grants, I would believe the majority of their improvements, and I'm just going off of the feeling, what my experience with other foundations, they're going to be putting in projects with grant dollars. They don't have their own money. So that's a consideration for council to consider, is it's probably public dollars from somewhere else. It could be a foundation and nonprofit, but you're almost getting a double negative when you're doing that. So that does complicate it if you're going to have, unless it's very well written on what you're going to be providing, it does complicate to just say, yeah, we're going to give you for whatever for your investment, because those investments may have been public dollars anyhow, and now you're all, yeah.
Yeah, I think for the purpose of at least this draft exercise, we just need to make the distinction between the funds that we have provided through our grant and their funds through other sources, and not get into the nitty-gritty of where they have received those funds. Rob?
Well, thanks, Aaron, because I was just about to say almost the exact same thing, and we've already heard them say today that they'll be applying for the CDBG grants, and we could end up, they could make an improvement with those grants, and then we have to pay for that again. Mm-hmm. So this is not, we need greater clarity to say that we're going to reimburse them. No. We could be reimbursing them for money that they got essentially through us. Mm-hmm. So, that I just can't say I'm okay with reimbursing it without being able to track it down a little bit better.
Does that put you in the no camp?
That would put me in a no camp, but I'm very much willing to listen to more discussion.
Okay. Well, at this point, I've heard 6 people indicate yes, support for reimbursement of capital improvements. So let's put that in the draft for the next round. And is there anything else that's pressing before we move on to a new topic for today?
I think there's maybe a lack of clarity around the 6 supporting that point.
Does somebody have a question?
Well, yeah, I guess the question is I would agree that I don't think they should be reimbursed for money that came through a grant through our CDBG funds. I mean, to me,
if it's coming from a source that is not grant-related through a public entity, then that's what they should be, we should be reinforcing for, but not reimbursing them for a grant.
Okay, well, I think we're going to have another stab at this
Okay,
at least
yes.
one more time, so I think
Yeah.
we can continue to hash some of that out, but I think, you know, you might want to clarify a separation between what the city is providing and what
Yeah.
they're providing through some other, we have no idea what their funding is. If they also get some sort of federal funding, are we really going to sit there and dissect their financing, you know, at some point in the future? It's kind of a strange conversation to me in general that we're talking about how to give them money to purchase a property and also how to give it back, you know, all in the same conversation. We're like extremely focused on how to not have them purchase this property on our behalf. It's confusing. So I guess keep that in mind. Are we purchasing property? Are they purchasing property? Because typically if we gave a grant to an entity, we wouldn't be trying to figure out 10 ways to take it back. So I think we have enough of a draft to move forward. What do you think, Aaron?
A lot of work has been done on the dais today. We have something that we can give you you can work on some more, or definitely. Yeah, we can get you
Yeah,
something.
at least we just need to get this written up into a format that we can kind of edit more easily in the future. But I think more than 3 hours in, we need to move on to another topic. And I'm going to give everybody a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back to the G Street survey results. Well, let's go for 2:15. That's 8 minutes.
Yep, I had to run off and use the bathroom already.
DJ, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Welcome back. We are going to switch directions and talk about some downtown streetscape.
Yes, indeed. Well, my head still hurts from your last topic, so
I know, it wasn't enough of a break, was it?
we'll try to move through this pretty quick. So the topic here is just giving the council an update on really what the results of the survey were for the potential Southwest G Street reconfiguration. And this relates to your council goals, enhancing community safety and maintaining and operating the infrastructure. So at a couple of councilors' requests, the potential to reconfigure G Street between 4th and 6th Street to one-way was discussed, and the Public Works Department went ahead and prepared a concept of what that layout would look like. And July 26th, Jason presented that to you. It contained a one-way westbound traffic movement between 6th and 4th. It included removing parallel parking on both sides and adding diagonal parking, and then widening the sidewalk, amongst a couple of other things. And then before continuing with that topic, council wanted to get some more feedback, so we put out the survey. I put on there was a 9-question survey. There was actually 4, but then a couple subcomponents of those questions, just to be clear with that. And then we put out a private web link. The company's Alcamore, that's the group that we used for the ARPA survey, and sent a letter of invitation to 727 properties. And that was based off of a 1,000-foot radius based on the G Street area. The survey was open for a few weeks, October 22nd to November 4th. This is just a copy of the letter that we mailed out to those 727 owners that had my name on it and Jason's name on it, sort of representing some of the information I just gave you. So this is showing the area of interest. It just highlights G Street, both sides, north and south, from 4th to 6th. And that's what we built that 1,000-foot off of. So this graphic just shows you how we arrived at the radius there, and which properties received the mailings. So the results came back. We had 90 people at least do a portion of the survey. 71 people completed it, which was a pretty good rate. 78.9% of those that started the survey online finished it. As the note says there at the bottom, we did have a handful of people that wanted to come in and take it by paper. So those are also reflected in these results. So this graphic just kind of shows, it's the same graphic that you saw before a few months ago, showing the turning movement from 6th Street heading south, and then making that right-hand turn onto G Street, the Welcome Center right there, converting all of those parking spaces on both sides, parallel parking to diagonal on the south side, and then widening the sidewalk. That was a graphic that was included in the survey. So the first question was, after presenting that, was just, do you have any concerns, yes or no? The majority said, no, I don't have concerns. And if you're taking the survey digitally, then it just skipped you right over some of those questions. So that's why you see kind of a variation in the numbers on the results here. The second question gets into, what if you answered, you have some concerns, what is it that causes you concerns? And quite a few folks, we had 16 people actually write in specifically what they were concerned about. That was everything from rerouting traffic to longer trucks being in the diagonal spaces, you know, in the rear end sticking out, to you know, the confusion of having one way. Some people talked about the impacts on H Street. Actually, I think about 4 of those 16 people mentioned that if you're going to convert it to one way, are you not going to really emphasize H Street and kind of add some impacts there, and how are you going to address that? Negative business impacts, traffic confusion, those are some of the things that were brought up on that other category. And again, some of those are repeats of those that answered that they were concerned about vehicle safety, pedestrian safety, receiving deliveries. So the third question, what additional information would help you make a decision? Some similarities here, vehicle safety, people want to see, well, tell me how you're going to address the vehicle safety concerns that I just brought up. Pedestrian safety came up there. Receiving deliveries, in this case, was fairly high. Again, keeping in mind that the number of responses on this one is fairly low. The total, as I mentioned at the beginning, that finished the survey was 74. And then we have about 14 that answered this particular question. What best identifies you? This was just to try to get a sense of who's actually taking the survey and filling it out. We had kind of about a third in some ways in terms of the owners and business owners who don't own property, and then property owners. The majority of people that took it don't actually have property on G Street, which only makes sense because the majority of people that got the survey are not on G Street. But the breakdown is listed there. So it's a pretty good distribution, really, I think. So for those that are on G Street, the next couple of questions apply. And this is just showing that there's a pretty even distribution of those that say they get deliveries by UPS, FedEx, or US Postal Service. Those are all pretty even. And then there was a handful of other ways that people get deliveries. And the point of this question kind of being if we change the configuration and it's only one way, is this going to somehow affect you? And there's an alley question coming up here in a minute that ties into that. How often do you get deliveries? Really, the vast majority, this is right kind of during the middle of they're daily. And then there's some that are a few times. And just a couple that are once a month. And again, this is the G Street property owners or business owners. So we're not talking about, a huge number of respondents on this one. This one we did get folks that focused on, when do you get deliveries, what time of day, and that just, the majority between 9 and 3. Probably not that surprising on that one. Does your business have access to the alley for deliveries? This was just a yes or no question, and we do see that the majority, 63%, 12 people said yes, we have access to the alley for deliveries. And some of them no. We unfortunately, at this point don't have a way to tell you which ones exactly. That would take a little bit more research of which businesses on G Street do not have access for deliveries off the alley. And then the last couple of slides here are just kind of talking about or getting into the comments. This is the general comments. It's just a word cloud that shows to traffic and the street and accidents and parking were all kind of common words and phrases that came out in the open-ended question. 42 participants submitted comments on this last question. There was 19 that were generally in favor of the concept, 7 opposed or concerned, and then there were 16 of those 42 that had comments that you could interpret as, pretty neutral. They were just kind of comments that were related to, just safety or the parklets, or if you did this, then that or that, this would happen. But there was, the bullets there on the bottom of the slide are just representative. Again, we emailed the council the full results of this, so hopefully you had a chance to look at those. So the cost implication here is the same as what Jason presented a few months ago. We haven't done any additional analysis at staff level on the cost estimate for this. We are assuming it would be in excess of 400,000 to make the changes. There is LB 6392 that is for 5th and G Street Plaza lighting. That's been there for a couple of years. Some work has been done on that, but the majority of that 350,000 is still not expended. That's urban renewal money that funds that. There could be some bundling that goes on there. So the call to action is at your discretion. And we have not, other than administering this survey, we haven't put any other work into this project to date at staff level. There's a few alternatives that we have listed there for you, identifying the funding sources. It could be discussed at your 2020 or 2022 strategic planning session here in a few weeks. You could proceed with detailed design plans, postpone the project until after the Caveman Plaza Task Force. There is obviously a correlation, direct correlation there between what the future of the Caveman Plaza property is and G Street, but obviously it's a long-range endeavor, or removing the project from consideration.
Thanks, Brad. Questions? Go ahead, Rick.
Thank you, Jason. Could you go back 3 slides?
Jason, did you know you gave that presentation?
Sorry. Brad?
Certainly. Is that the one you were looking for, Council?
Yes. So on the 42 participants, you said that include 1,000 feet from that core area.
Yeah, 1,000, yes. Who we sent the invitation to was properties within 1,000 feet of that core area.
Okay.
Of those 727 people that got the invitation.
Okay, on that first item there, 19 generally in favor. How many of those, do you know how many, Brad, do you know how many people were actually on G Street of those 19?
No, we do not know that information.
And the same with the opposed? I imagine the majority of those would be on G Street.
Yeah, and there were confidential responses, so we don't have addresses associated with the general comments.
Okay, I think that would be helpful too. All right, thank you. Thank you, Brad.
Yep.
Any other questions? Valerie, then Brian.
Okay, Brad, I have a question because we talked also about the parklets. And the parklets, is there another survey going out about that, or what was the status of the parklet idea?
There is, and that survey is actually completely drafted, and we have 3 different radius mailings for that we have the maps that were just done last week. So we have a memo that's going out this week to council that will include that survey, along with the potential recipient lists of who would actually be re-notified. We thought that, you know, the parklet discussion, while it does involve G Street, it involves really a number of other blocks, and it also impacts really in some ways a broader range of users. So the questions were just so different. We found it might be more helpful to separate those 2 out. So that memo will be coming in. If you approve it, we can get that out within the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Brian.
Yep, thanks, Brad. I just had a question about funding sources. If eventually we did decide to move forward with this, is this a project that could fit under urban renewal?
There are probably some elements that could fit. You know, there's infrastructure in the urban renewal district is an allowable expense. I would have to do more research, unless Jason or Aaron want to respond. I don't think that you would find, I mean, 100% of that LB project that I listed is urban renewal revenue. But that was intended for lighting and, you know, other aesthetic improvements too.
So I agree with what Brad just said. Portions of the project definitely would qualify for urban renewal funding, especially decorative lighting, any decorative brickwork similar to what was done on 6th and 7th. Any aspect, you know, because it is improving the ability to meet the needs of the tourism, right? That's what you're trying to do. But probably a portion also would have to come from transportation fund for this work.
Okay, that was my follow-up is there transportation / enterprise funds that could be used also?
Yeah, this one would fall under the transportation. We really haven't looked at whether or not it's in the budget. But that's probably where the rest of the funds would come from unless the general fund wanted to make a contribution.
Okay, thank you.
Rob?
So I'm not sure if my question is for Brad or for the council, but what problems are we trying to fix here? Why are we even addressing this?
Well, as Jason mentioned in his presentation in July, I mean, I think this was a question that was just raised and an idea that was raised by some counselors, and so we just looked into it. I mean, I think as some of the respondents noted, the idea has been apparently discussed off and on a couple of different times over the last many years. You know, so, I mean, I think Jason maybe can answer into, but I think that was part of the impetus was just, let's look at it. And one of the potential solutions, or not solutions, but drivers here is pedestrian, you know, access along that corridor, and really focusing it as a centerpiece, because with a 14-foot wide sidewalk, you can do quite a bit more in terms of shopping and displays and dining out and things like that, you know, even without the parklets. So, I mean, there are, you know, in a central business district, having those extra wide sidewalks, you've probably experienced them, you know, there are definitely some advantages to having that space to work with. And the movement and the flow of traffic, there's all that would have to be looked at, but there are examples in other communities where it does have a more efficient movement of traffic when you have one-way traffic.
So are you saying that making the G Street from two-way to one-way could be deemed an improvement in traffic flow? Is that what you just said?
Well, what I said was that there are some communities where that has been the case. I personally am not going to stand up here and say that would be the result here, you know, because in any one-way, in couplet situations or any other, you know, you really have to look at what happens at the terminuses, and you know, how does that traffic movement change at both ends of the one-way? In some ways, it can make it more complicated and confusing, and while you're improving the flow in the middle of that segment, you may be causing more difficulties at the ends. So I haven't done that analysis, but I'm saying in other communities that's been the case.
So who would be qualified to do that kind of analysis?
That's a traffic engineer.
Okay. So is that something we would farm out, or?
Well, I mean, I don't think that Jason has that ability, so yeah, we would typically hire something like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Brian?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. Brad gave a really good answer, but originally this idea came forward from myself and Councilor Riker, and it's not necessarily that we're trying to solve a problem per se, but I think we saw an opportunity to make an improvement to the heart of G Street there, and that improvement would include you know, the sidewalk being a lot bigger. You know, we saw the benefits from the parklets, which, you know, they weren't all benefits. There were some things that weren't good that came out of the parklets, but we saw an opportunity to expand that sidewalk out along the whole avenue there. with essentially not losing any parking spots. And then the added benefit of there being shorter crosswalks for people going across G Street because they would only be crossing one lane instead of 2 lanes. So those were the big drivers for us.
Any other questions for staff? Valerie?
And this is going on to another thing that we're dealing with or talking about down in that area is the Welcome Center. And at this point in time, it's my understanding that we have an architect looking at that Welcome Center for a redesign, am I correct? Is that still going on, or anybody know?
We've done some initial work. We're kind of in a holding pattern until we decide what the usage of that building is. We were kind of waiting. There was discussion, I want to say late summer, about potentially moving recreation in there, about possibly moving, or there were discussions with the chamber about running those activities. Until we know what the function of that building actually is, I don't think we want to spend a lot of money on architects.
Okay, thank you.
Brian?
I was under the impression that when we left that discussion, we were going to an architect and we were going to get some sort of drafts to look at for the bathrooms on the back and to reconfigure the space so it can be a better utilized welcome center. So I don't know if my memory is wrong, but that's what I remember us leaving it as, and I thought that would be coming back to us at some point.
So to Councillor DeLagrange, yes, that is correct. That is as far as we went with the architect. Open floor plan, nothing inside because we did not know the actual function within the building, but then a reconfiguration of the bathrooms, and that will be coming back to you.
Okay, any questions for Brad?
Thank you.
Okay, DJ, you want to start us off with comments?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't think that there's necessarily a problem to be fixed here. You know, this is a great thing for curiosity's sake, I think. But what I think we ought to do in this instance is we have a task force for the Plaza Center to look into the potential things that the city could do with that. And I think we would be wise to provide this information for them so that they can think about this in a big picture, given that it's contiguous to that Plaza Center. So I would be apprehensive, to say the least, to make any action, any further action towards the one-way plan until we allow that task force to chew on that whole area. Thank you.
Thanks. Rob, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, and I actually would agree with what DJ just said. It's hard to imagine that a major reconfiguration or reconstruction of the Town Center Plaza wouldn't in some way impact what's going on in G Street traffic flow and whatever traffic studies that could end up with having. Also, it would seem as though any reconfiguration would likely bring the buildings at the Town Center Plaza up near the sidewalk. Whether or not you'd want parking in front of those buildings or behind those buildings would be sufficient, not really clear. So I think that having some idea of where we might be going with that would probably be the smart move to wait to get an idea of where the Town Center Plaza is going before we decide what we're going to do with the main street that runs right in front of it. I guess, Valerie's point about and Brian's point about the Welcome Center, I think even though we're not sure what we're doing with the Town Center Plaza, it's very clear, I think it's very clear, it was very clear to the DMO consultant, it's very clear to just about anyone who's looked at it. Several years back, Dave Reeves was, considering, making proposals to move the Welcome Center, but I think it's been pretty clear since then that everybody knows that's kind of where it should be. That's where the bathrooms need to be. We kind of know for the next several decades where we want the Welcome Center and the bathrooms to be. So I think there's minimal moving pieces in the discussion and the decisions around the Welcome Center. And I think that we should really be focusing full force on that. And my recollection was also that we were essentially just waiting for some artist sketches to come back and we were going to potentially start making proposals as to what to do with the bathrooms there and the 6 stalls. Do they open to the outside and so forth? And now we're, coming up on our next tourist season, and we're probably not going to have sufficient bathrooms again. So I'd like to see us focus on that Welcome Center, make decisions and make that happen, because there's not many moving pieces there, and we should be able to accomplish that in a fairly short period of time.
Brian?
I agree with Rob 100% on the Welcome Center, and I also agree with DJ and Rob on the timeline for this coming after what comes out of the Plaza Task Force, because it doesn't make any sense to move forward on this before we know what's going to be happening adjacent. Thanks.
Okay. Council, are you in support of waiting for the Plaza Task Force Welcome Center to take place? Okay. Anybody else have anything burning to say today?
I just had one other quick thing. I heard there was some maybe questions from counselors about wanting a little bit more nuanced information in the form of surveys. That probably doesn't need to come until that's done, but I would hope that maybe we remember what those are when the time comes to ask those again.
Joel?
The one thing we need to remember is when we implement that task force, that we give this as part of their agenda in terms of what they need to look at. The other thing, I'd like to compliment both Rick and Brian for trying to make things even better. There are different alternatives, and to move ahead at this point in time with 40 people saying yes, and they all live in that area, it affects people outside that area as well. So the task force would be a good way to go.
Okay. Let's put this on hold for the time being while we have the Caveman Plaza Task Force discuss different concerns in that area. How about water system risk and resilience study?
Hey, Mayor, can I ask a question?
You just did. Go ahead.
Can I ask another question?
Stop.
So Rob sent an email asking if this presentation is the best, highest and best use of everybody's time, and I'm inclined to maybe agree that it isn't. So I just wanted to put that out there since Rob sent an email about it.
You mean just in terms of tabling it for today? I didn't see the email.
Just in terms of there's no council action, it's pretty informative. There's nothing we need to do on it, so I don't know that we need to have the slides read to us.
Okay, well, I'll just remind you that the purpose of getting the slides in advance is not to replace the presentation, but just to provide us the slides in advance. So if you guys want to table it for today, we can vote on that. If you want to go forward, we'll just hear it out. We don't have to take action. All right, go ahead and continue, Jason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, before we move ahead, in the future, if there's something can be done on information that we need to know but doesn't require action in a, what do you call those things, briefing papers, that would be a good way to go, and out of respect for you preparing this plan today and the subject matter, I think we need to proceed, so.
Thanks. Yeah, sounds like it'll be a quick discussion.
I'm going to go through the slides then very, very quickly.
Okay.
And I will not read them to you. What is important is that a lot of the information that is contained in this report per ORS 192-501, section 22 and 23 is confidential from disclosure laws. That's why I have only given you very small screen snippets. We have not provided the entire document for your perusal. There is information contained in this report, which is essentially a roadmap to the vulnerabilities of your water system, and as such is kept very confidential. So the risk and resilient assessment is required by the EPA, and it came out of essentially going back to 9/11. When water systems were required to do vulnerability assessments. Those vulnerability assessments are now quite old. And this law required water systems to reevaluate them and include a new component, which is a cybersecurity component, which was not required in the original vulnerability assessments. They also needed to include all hazards, which vulnerability assessments tended to focus more on malevolent acts, because it was, again, in the wake of 9/11. After the completion of the risk and resiliency study, we were also required to update our water system emergency operations plan. So the City of Grants Pass has a emergency operations plan that is in conjunction with Josephine County, but by law, from federal EPA down to the state, the water system is required to maintain its own water system emergency operation plan specifically to water operations. The great news was that our most recent EOP was updated in 2015. It was very good, very complete, and only needed very minor tweaks to make it comply with the current regulations. So I'm going to blast through this pretty quick, but asset characterization, this is what we need to do to comply with the risk and resilience assessment. What are our assets? Which ones are critical? What threats do we need to consider? What happens if those assets or threats or hazards occur? What are the vulnerabilities that would allow a threat or hazard to occur? And what is the likelihood that a terrorist, natural hazard, or dependency will actually strike our facilities? And then we start doing math. And what it is we want to calculate our risk and our resilience. Risk is the product of consequence, vulnerability, and threat likelihood. And resilience is the product of service outage, vulnerability, and threat likelihood. And both of these are expressed in dollars, which you're going to see later on. And they're going to look like really, really big dollars. But really, it is an empirical way in which we can compare and contrast different alternatives at a level playing field. You could just as soon put that they're not dollars, they're just some number, some unitless number. Then we look at our risk and resilient management. What can we do to reduce that risk, at what cost, and to what effect? So first we worked on asset characterization. We listed all of our assets and then pared that down to about the top 25 of which were the most critical to the operation of the water system. Threats were then identified using a variety of sources, including EPA sources, natural hazards, malevolent acts, proximity, dependency, and we tried to determine what were the most high priority threats. They came from the Josephine County Natural Hazard Mitigation, plus local knowledge, operator knowledge, our consultants, and EPA sources. And then we were rated by the likelihood to occur. So some of this is very subjective, but we base that on past experience, our ability to look backwards in time to know that did it happen before, because if it happened before, it will happen again. And then we look at, so say for example, the Rogue River source water. That's one of our primary goals. It's the very top line there. But the Rogue River is not very susceptible to being damaged by a windstorm. However, it is highly susceptible to a contamination, or intentional or unintentional contamination. And so we kind of ranked all of those by where they would fall. The consequence analysis then created a relative value impact should a threat occur to a specific asset. And again, consequence was expressed in dollars and represented the asset replacement or repair, liability costs, what did it cost us when that thing occurred, and human impact. So this is the impact to the economy. Again, consequences were looked at from both the utility and the region. Vulnerability, on the other hand, was a fractional number of between 0 and 1. And if it's a 0, then that asset is not vulnerable at all. If it's a 1, then that asset is completely vulnerable. And then we tried to estimate what those would be for various hazards. Some of those were actually provided by EPA. Others came from the Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan. And then we plugged that all in and came up with a numerical value. The water treatment plant facility, as an example, where threat earthquake. CZZ stands for a crustal zone earthquake. That is not a CSC is Cascadia subduction zone earthquake. We calculated a risk per year, vulnerability per year, the threat likelihood, and you come up with a very, very large consequence number. And I want you to remember that is not a real dollar value. It is a relative value that we use for comparing different scenarios. So that $1.737 billion is not the actual estimated cost, but it is a relative value. So then we counter all of these by comparing them with mitigation measures. What can we do to reduce the risk to those high critical impact or assets? And we come up with a list of those, what those costs are, and we come up with a cost-benefit ratio by looking at the net present value and the reduction and how much damage is reduced. And we came up with a list of projects that are now identified in our risk and resilience plan. As an example, this one is store adequate fuel to prepare for an expected power outage, which would last for longer than 7 days, which has never occurred here, but that doesn't mean that it won't. But storing 7 days worth of generator fuel is actually a pretty tall order. If you're running a generator that supplies the entire water restoration plant, 7 days is about 10 to 12,000 gallons of fuel, which is no small undertaking. But this is one that we will definitely be looking at much more closely because it is something that as we're doing the water treatment plant project, now is the time to be able to implement that without really any additional cost. So there were a lot of mitigation measures that did not make the cut. As an example, Councillor Lovelace, one of the things that we had talked about is automatic meter shutoff. When we looked at the cost versus the benefit, it didn't make it. It was less than a 1. And that was because of the both ongoing and capital installation costs with the potential that it really didn't have a direct impact on the water system. And so it was really hard to do that. Anything that had a cost benefit of less than 1 didn't automatically make the list. But as you can see, there's quite a few that are sitting there at 0.9 or 0.6. Those are measures that we will want to take a closer look at and do some additional study. All in all, there are about 25 or 30 items that were identified and included in the final plan. So what happens next? Again, we will implement the identified mitigation measures as funding allows. Projects will be implemented as standalone projects or completed in conjunction with other projects. So if we are building a new reservoir, any mitigation measures that were identified in the plan will automatically incorporate into that new construction. Same thing with your replacement water treatment plant or any new water line installation. The plan also will be revisited and updated in 5 years and recertified to the EPA. Again, no call to action. This was informational. Councillor Lovelace and others had asked that we come back and report on this. The cost implications, it really is undetermined at this time, but it is extensive. Many of these, the fuel tank issue, very small cost. As you look at some of the larger water lines and redundancy in some of the projects that we would want to do, those have millions of dollars of price tag attached to them, but also with millions of dollars of benefit to the community. And so we will implement all of the mitigation measures as funding allows and also as they fit within our existing projects.
Thank you, Jason. Council, do you have any questions? Rick.
Thank you, Jason. I have the right name. Okay, on page 15, or slide 15, the top line there is earthquake on water treatment facility.
Yes.
With 5 years from now, if we see the new water treatment facility in place, will that dollar amount of the consequence go down?
It will. This is based on the current treatment plant.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. All right. That was an easy one. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we're going to get an update on our weekend warming center.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm here to give you an update on the warming shelter and how that went this weekend. To your goals, it supports enhancing safety and facilitates sustainable manageable growth. Of course, enhancing emergency preparedness, which this whole action was sort of a tabletop exercise in a way for a potential emergency in the future. So on December 27th, Council requested the city establish a warming shelter for December 31st and January 1st. With the assistance from United Community Action, which is UCAN, Chief Operating Officer Kelly Wessels, and Emily Ring, who was here earlier but couldn't stay for the presentation. She was wanting to be here also in case you had any questions. The city embarked on the facilitation of a warming shelter. And I do want to highlight that those two individuals were key to the success of this event, and their participation was greatly appreciated. So we found a site, which was the Grants Pass School District. With their approval, it was at the Commons, which was about an 8,100 square foot building, which provided a great room for a warming shelter, along with infrastructure established that was complementary to that also. It had restrooms that were available, it had lighting, it had heat, it had water, so it was a great location for this event. We did need to get the fire marshal to approve it within those 3 days also, so he did investigate that, take a look at it, and approve the site for that. And then there was a number of internal infrastructure deliverables that we also provided, which made that site possible, which includes finding the site, coming up with the service hours. We had to get cots, blankets, food, volunteers, administration, security, COVID vaccinations, and other miscellaneous supplies all went into making this a reality over that 2-day period. So we had a 30-person cap for the shelter. This is a photo of the shelter. One half of the room was reserved for cots, and then the other half was reserved for tables for dining, eating, conversation, etc. We had December 31st, which was New Year's Eve, we had 11 people. And January 1st, we had 14 people participate in the warming shelter. Warming shelter hours of operations started at 6 p.m. and went to 7 a.m. So we started onboarding at 6, bringing them in. We closed the doors at 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we had quiet time from 9 to 10. And at 10, we had lights out, and it was quiet until about 6:15 in the morning, to where we started to wake everyone up, get them moving, and then we had everyone removed by 7 in general, to where we can come in and get the cleaning crew in and take care of it and prepare it for the next day, or prepare it for school, which was the case on Sunday morning. Food was provided by the mission on the first night, and they provided sandwiches and soup. And the second night, Steve and Christy Rowe provided pizza and pie and fresh fruit and vegetables, and it was great. We also had a large supply of sandwiches left over also, which were fully utilized on the second night also that was provided by the mission. So in order to make this happen, from a volunteer perspective, we had to have a couple of key positions. We had to have a shift lead who really took the lead when they were there. We had a table set up when you first walked in. We had 2 volunteers for that, which was in charge of intake. So when they came in to participate in the shelter, we had to take their temperature. We had to ask them some COVID questions. They filled out some information for us, and we then went over the ground rules with them, which were also established from an administrator's perspective for this event. After they were done with the intake, we had a number of hosts that were there, and those hosts were there to help take care of any of their needs they may have, be an extra set of eyes and ears, and just be a warm heart to listen and be a part of making their stay with us warm and comfortable. We then also had cleaning crews in the morning come in, and we came in and we fogged and disinfected everything and got everything prepared, resupplied anything that needed to be resupplied. So those are the 3 main job categories for for the event to make it successful. We had 4 shifts. The first shift was from 5 to 10, and that consisted of 4 volunteers for each night. We then had a shift from 10 to 3 a.m., which consisted of 3 to 4 volunteers. We had a shift from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m., which was another 3 or 4 volunteers. And then we had a shift from 7 to 9, which is 2 to 4 volunteers, for a total of 24 volunteers to make this happen over that 2-day event. So warming shelter cost, to give you an idea of what it costs for us to put it together. The site was donated by the school. All the food was basically donated. I think the city went out and purchased some dog treats for the dogs that were there, but that was a minimal cost. COVID vaccinations were free and donated. We did actually give out 3 vaccinations on the first night, so that was a positive. The donated and used supplies that we received from like emergency management and UCAN, et cetera, consisted of either donations or supplies utilized of about $4,000. Security ended up costing us $880. I thought it was going to be around $1,200, but the first night actually we didn't get full service through concierge. The second night we were able to get full service through concierge, which made it a nice, comfortable that second night. And then totaling the admin in-kind services from the city, UCAN, and Josephine County Emergency Management, it consists of $10,400 worth of in-kind personnel services. So this is my last slide for the update, and it's just a big thank you. I wanted to just leave it on this slide. I'm not going to go through and list everybody, but we had some key individuals. Again, UCAN and County Emergency Management was huge. Greatly appreciate their support throughout this process. Internal city staff, key was very key. School District 7 was very helpful. We had some elected volunteers, including the mayor and Councilors King and Ogier, who stopped by and volunteered their time also at the event. And then the list of 24 or so volunteers that were all there and spent some great time there. It was a wonderful opportunity for us to do this. It was when I was knocking on doors asking for help, it was, okay, what do you need? That was sort of the response that we got from the community when we were trying to put this together. So that was a real positive. And with that, I conclude my report on the warming shelter.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, Aaron, thank you for that. I don't understand on the cost thing. You have the first 3 lines were donated on slide 5. First 3 lines are donated, and then line 4, it's donated, but it says 4,000. So could you clarify?
Yeah, it was just, trying to get you a report. There should be dollars associated with the food, but I didn't have an opportunity to really get that. One was donated by a private individual, Mr. Rowe, and then the other was the mission. They did put some supplies into that. Those are what's considered in-kind donations. Just that was the detail that I had for today's presentation since the shelter ended yesterday. So, and then the donated supplies, $4,000. So in order for this to happen, we had to utilize either through begging or borrowing a number of supplies. Some of those supplies were one-time use only supplies, and so they were used and either gone or they were used and needed to be disposed of. Some of the supplies were supplies that we were able to utilize and reuse and will be able to reuse again. Say, for instance, the cots or the blankets. The blankets, we were able to reuse the majority of them. They just need to be re-laundered. Some of the things like hand sanitizers or PPEs or those kind of things were donated supplies that we weren't getting back, but they're donated. And Emily from Emergency Management stated that we utilized about $4,000 worth of donated / used supplies for the event.
Okay, so like security, for instance, you have to write a check for $880 or whatever, and the $4,000 that is donated, it's $4,000 worth that was donated.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's something that Emergency Management, primarily that came from Josephine County Emergency Management. That'll be something that either they'll have to resupply or something, and it's not going to be to the full $4,000 bill. But if we had to, say, for instance, rent the cots or something or get them some other way, then there would have been a cost to that, and so she provided that.
Thank you.
There were also some materials such as sleeping bags and blankets that were available for people to take with them afterwards if they needed certain things. So that is probably included in that cost as well.
Yeah, toothpaste and other things like that were provided.
Questions, Brian and Valerie?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on this just to make sure I'm clear. So am I reading this right, that we got out of this warming shelter with a hard cost of $880? Like money we physically had to pay?
So the city, I'm guessing we had to, there's a couple of additional costs that we put in there. We're less than $1,000. The city, hard costs, like how much did we have to charge, was $1,000 about.
Okay.
If I had to add everything up.
Awesome. And then I just had a question on the security. You mentioned it was different both nights, and you said full service. So I was just wondering what the difference was between the two nights.
Sure, we did contract to have an individual security officer on site the whole time. That was the direction the council was hoping for. And, not everything goes as smoothly as planned. And one of those things we just had to flex with was the night of, the concierge came up and said, hey, we're going to be able to be here for a couple of hours. We're going to do some drop-bys and some walkthroughs, but we're not going to be able to designate someone tonight for you. So the contract, which was scheduled to be about $1,200 to $1,500, is reduced because that first night they weren't able to give us the full service like they did the second night.
Okay, thank you.
Valerie?
Yeah, I guess that was one of my questions, was the security, whether there was any incidents that came up or everything went smoothly there. And you had said that the second night you felt more comfortable because somebody was there full time. So I was just wondering if there was any incidents. And then I also wanted to say, I did read in the paper that one of the local laundromats also donated half of the cost of paying for the laundering of the
Yeah, Sunshine.
Sunshine, I think it was Sunshine.
Yeah, is the one that it was donated half cost, 50% off to service those, the laundering of the sheets and stuff, the bedding. There was not a lot of incidences that were of great deal. The only things to report really was on the first night, we did experience drug use in the bathroom, shooting up with needles, and that individual, we didn't find out until the morning and after that individual left. So that individual, when they came back the next night, was refused entry because they did not follow the ground rules. I did have a confrontation with that individual and had to make myself big and that kind of thing, and ultimately run him out. But with my karate and judo experience, I felt somewhat comfortable.
Aaron, I was there.
I know. And so he was unhappy, and he was threatening, but he did remove without incident. And then there was an individual on Saturday morning that was just slow to move along, and we just had to help him a little bit. But other than that, I don't think there was really any major incidents of harm from a security standpoint.
I think Rob, Joel, Brian already went, and then Rick. Rob, Joel, then Rick. Yes.
Okay. So Aaron, is it safe to say that the takeaways from this are that the community stepped up as much as we asked them to, or even more? That if we needed to do something like this again, it would probably cost us more out of pocket, but the experience we gained would allow it to be, we'll say, a little bit, would allow it to flow more easily than the first time. Is it safe to say those three things?
It's definitely safe to say the first two.
Community stepped up, and if we do it again, it would cost us more out of pocket.
Yes, and the third one, would it be easier? Well, from a standpoint of some of us either gathered experience or tested models to put these things in place, that would help bring this up. But a temporary shelter like this that's open for 1, 2, 3, 5 days, whatever it is, takes a lot of lifting. And sometimes those aspects of lifting, if it's not a true extreme emergency as declared by the state or something along those lines, some of those resources won't be there again. Like the donation of the cots, emergency management would not be able, if we had to open up one tomorrow, if council wanted to open up one tomorrow, we may not have those available to us. So there's certain things that may not be available because it was like a one-time thing, here you go. We've used our one token, thank you. So there could be some of that. We've talked about that a little bit. So that would be my response to your 3 points.
Joel?
Well, first off, Aaron, I want to thank you personally for stepping up. These are other duties as designed in a very short period of time, and I know you had other plans, both on the job and off the job. When I look at it, just the cost that you have here, it looks like it's, that cost doesn't include personnel, correct?
No, the admin, city, UCAN, Josephine County Emergency Management includes the
Salary?
prep time that we were needing to do with all 3 agencies in order to get the doors open.
How about the salary of the people that were involved on site? It involves the salary of the security folks, but not the other folks, correct?
Well, the security, yeah, is covered in the 880. The administration is really what it took. UCAN is, a good portion of that too, of the admins, city, UCAN, and Josephine County Emergency Management, because they did have a paid staff member, at least a paid staff member there overnight.
Sure.
And then, of course, they had 1 or 2 either, paid or there, but also they took some time to help get us prepped. Along with emergency management, they spent they spent a few hours also trying to get it prepped. Emergency management was not on site for the event, but they did a lot of work in advance. And then also they were there at the end on Sunday morning to help clean up and get some of the stuff out of there.
Good for them. So just what the rough numbers we have here, it looks like it's $700 per person per night. I would hope, as Kelly is successful in getting a warming shelter operational, that there would be some scale of economic efficiency, and that cost would go down for her in not in a brief one, but in a more sustainable operation.
That is a true statement, Counselor. These are more expensive per person to operate than a continual shelter or center, and we'll just call it a center. One that's open, say, November through April or something along those lines, or one that's open year-round, depending on if it's cold, heat, or smoke or something along those lines.
Sure.
When you have one that's operational and that's known hours, they are usually cheaper per person to operate than a stand-up quickly to address an extreme weather condition.
Okay, then I just had 2 more questions. Portland has a questionnaire and training that they have their volunteers go through before they're allowed to participate. You're aware of that, and I know you didn't have time to implement that. I'd ask the question that maybe in the future we need to secure that for both the volunteers' sake and the participants' sake. And that's not a question. I apologize, Mayor, for that. The other thing that I had was as we move forward, and it slipped my mind because I was focusing on the first one. So I'll do a space right now.
All right, we'll jump back to you in a minute, Joel. Rick and then DJ.
Aaron, I want to thank you for being there. I just stopped in briefly and saw you escort that man out there. But I felt on the first night, like you said, the activity was quite calm, so the limited activity of the concierge worked out really good for Friday night. But it was good to see them also there in full force on Saturday, which you had to do the escort, so I appreciate that. But the question I have, I know I just threw this question out at you before. Would there be an opportunity to use local hotels or motels for this instead? Because as Joel said, $600 to $700 per person for those 2 nights there. And we could probably get $50 a night if you could check people into a motel. The only thing I found out with one of the motels, they wanted an ID card. At this time, we don't have any information indicating how many of those people had identification, do we?
No, that was not one of the questions that we asked or we didn't ask them to actually show us a actual ID. So that would be something that we would need to get additional information on.
Thank you.
Remember your question?
No, I got comments.
Okay, well, hang on, DJ's next. Go ahead, DJ.
So, it seems like there was a potentially dangerous situation. If I heard you correctly, it was 9 people per night. My question for you, and I hope you logged your hours, Aaron. How many hours did you put in towards this effort?
So after it was directed by council that we take the lead on this, the rest of that week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, half of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday were all designated to the to this warming shelter. And I had to put away some of the other items that we were working on, like strategic planning.
Yeah. Can you interpret that in a total number of hours, please?
It was at least 40, probably.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, thanks.
All right, did anyone else have any questions? No? Okay, thank you, Aaron. We'll say that I was there for about 6 hours on Saturday night, and things were very calm. You know, the difference between quiet time and, you know, regular time was negligible. People came in, they got a bite to eat, and a lot of them just went and laid down, you know, right away, even pretty much at 7 o'clock. And they were all extremely grateful. One man cried because he was so glad to be inside. Another comment I have real quick, just I woke up at 6:40 a.m. on Sunday and looked outside, and it was real dark and real cold. It was 28 degrees. So at that time we were clearing people out of the shelter. I was no longer there, but we were supposed to be clearing people out and sending them on their way at 7. So that might just be something to keep in mind if we were to do this again in the future, is that it was dark and freezing at 6:45. I think Rob had a comment? No? Joel, you have a comment? Go ahead.
Yes, I had a unique experience Saturday morning. Judy and I got up early before we reported. I think, what are our hours? 7 to 9. So we got up about 5, and we went around to all the parks. And there was a significant amount of people still camping in the parks, except with one exception. And so I thought you might want to hear that exception and why it happened. We went by Depot Park, and there was nobody there. At the same time, cops showed up at the restaurant there on G Street, across the street from Depot Park. And so I walked over to him and I asked him, well, how'd last night go? And thanks to the police and the administration, they were fully prepared, but it was extremely busy, as you could imagine, on New Year's Eve. But he said the people in Depot Park all went to Foundry Village. So they didn't go to the warming center, they were in Foundry Village. And then he said something else very interesting, and it's something that I personally experienced also, that there's people in other parks that didn't go to Foundry Village, either by personal choice, or I don't know if they're full yet or not. I need to find that out. But he talked about criminal activity, and that there was specifically one park where there was a lot of criminal activity that has been ongoing, and I've experienced it there also. And it's interestingly enough, and thank goodness, they decided not to go to the warming shelter. So that was interesting.
Brian.
Yep, thank you. So that was a pretty big lift for staff and for UCAN and for emergency management. So I absolutely want to give Aaron credit where credit's due. He did a fantastic job putting this together. He pulled it off well. I want to thank all the volunteers. We had as many volunteers as we needed, so I know they're not going to hear this, but I really appreciate that. But I just wanted to make sure staff know that they did a great job, so thank you.
All right, any further discussion? Joel?
I just had one more response to what Rick talked about. Buying motel rooms involves some liability, and we've done that with our personal practice with some of our patients that needed a place to stay. And it turned out okay, we just took a risk. But it's not really for a policy thing, it's not a recommended thing. The other thing is, I mentioned it to Rob, and I don't want to get Rob in trouble, but he said, I'll be the first one to be put up in the motel for vacation. So anyway, I think we need to tread very carefully there.
Well, go ahead, Valerie.
Yeah, I just going to say really quick, thank you. I do appreciate and know all that went into it. But do we have an idea of what's going on? Is there anybody in contact with Kelly? Because I do know that they're working on putting together warming shelter. Last time I talked to her, they were working on, they had the building, they were putting up a contract and getting ready to look into insurance. So I'm just kind of curious if do we know, or how do we keep up with what's going on there?
What you stated is correct. They're still making forward progress on establishing a center here in Grants Pass. So I have talked to Kelly just this last week about it, and they're still moving forward and making progress, and are hopeful to be able to get that open at some point. But I can't speak for UCAN on the location or what time they're going to have that open.
I think they're just hesitant to give out a location because for all the names, the reasons that we all are all aware of. But it's my understanding they have the location, they're just signing the contract.
Okay, well, we put off last week, obviously last week was an emergency meeting because of some cold weather, but I think you don't have to decide today because it looks like we don't have temperatures in the 20s within the next week. But if council was inclined to do this again, it might be better to have a little bit more planning and define some parameters for when you would be interested in having some sort of shelter so that people who work in the emergency management business or our city manager could be anticipating those events rather than having them, pop up in the next 3 days. So again, it looks like for the time being it's okay, but I know there was a lot of talk last week about another storm coming in or that sort of thing, and we did it on the fly last week, but I don't think we want to do it like that again if possible. Aaron?
Yeah, I just want to comment that this is not something that we're geared up to do. This was a one-time thing. We were able to make it happen, but this is not sustainable. If the city was to take this role on, I would want to have a budget for it. I would need to have the appropriate personnel in place for it. We would have to have so much involved to limit the risk and liability associated with what we did this weekend, which was quite a bit of risk, more so risk than putting someone up in a hotel room. So this is something that, again, it was a one-time thing. I'm glad we were able to do it. The community came together and was great, but I would definitely want sooner than later, clear direction from council. If it's council's intent to want to recommend putting together warming shelters when it's not an extreme weather situation, and if we're taking on this responsibility, I would just love to be able to have as much time as possible so I can gear up through budget process or through staffing, et cetera, to make this more manageable.
Brian?
Well, we should probably talk about it a little bit then, so we're not, caught behind the 8 ball again in 2 weeks. But what happens in 2 weeks if we have another bout of, 20-degree temperatures, which is entirely possible? What are we going to do? We're probably not going to be able to utilize the commons because Christmas break is over. I mean, I don't have the answer. I'm posing this to council because I don't know what we need to do, but you know, if we come to 20-degree temperatures and the UCAN Center is not open yet, you know, I'm personally thinking we should be doing what we can to do something to get people out of the cold in life-threatening temperatures. So I don't know if that involves setting up 10 cots in the council chambers or what, but I'm open to suggestions.
Rick?
So Brian, I looked at the extended weather forecast for the next 90 days, and you know the weatherman's never wrong. There's only one day in that time period it goes down to 30 degrees for Grants Pass, so that's a plus. Of course, there are no guarantees there, but if I want to say that could be a factor in how we look forward. Thank you.
Did you say the next 90 days?
Yes, they use algorithms, I believe, to forecast the weather that far out.
And there's no temperatures below 30 degrees the next 90 days?
Yeah, what's forecast on the one site I was on, again, you can go to 10 different sites, but the AccuWeather did not indicate it's going to be going into the 20s.
Well, like I said, we don't need to necessarily have that discussion at this moment, and it might, we have a similar topic coming up next, so maybe that will prompt more discussion. That said, let's move on to the next topic.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor Council. I'm here to introduce the topic and turn it over to you on injunction enforcement. This is an item that's been brought to council on council's discretion to discuss the injunction and the camping enforcement hours. So just to give you some quick background, the city is under an injunction, and it's due to the ruling of the Blake versus City of Grants Pass. The injunction is clear on what we're to be doing within the parks and allowing the individuals in the parks to be able to rest. It deals with a couple of our Grants Pass municipal codes, 3 of them specifically that are listed there. The injunction specifies that the city cannot enforce the camping prohibitions without 24-hour notice. That was one of the key things with the injunction. However, that has been trumped to some degree with the state of Oregon passing legislation that extends that notice to homeless individuals before local agencies can remove encampments from 24 hours to 72 hours. So now we're operating with 72-hour notice on those encampments and no longer following the injunction 24. The injunction further mandates the enforcement of the camping prohibitions and trespass prohibitions may not occur between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7:30 a.m. from April through September, or may not occur between 7 p.m. and 7:30 a.m. from October through March. Council is free to modify these hours as long as it makes enforcement less restrictive and not more restrictive. So just some additional background before I come to my conclusion slide is in January 6, 2021, Council had a conversation to modify our enforcement of the injunction. The discussion focused on 2 areas, weather and hours. The meeting resulted in an amendment of the hours allowing resting in the parks to 5 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. from January 6th to April 1st, 2021. And this motion did pass 5-2. Again, in February 17th, this was discussed to extend camping hours, and weather conditions were again discussed also. A motion was made to further extend the injunction hours to 5 p.m. to 9 a.m., and the motion failed 3-4. Your call to action date is at your discretion. Staff recommends that if there is any action taken, that it be in the form of a motion directing the city manager to promulgate a policy consistent with council's desires. And your alternatives are to maintain injunction enforcement as agreed upon, or modify enforcement of injunction as defined by council. And with that, Mayor, I turn it over to you.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions? Joel?
So this is probably for the chief, or Aaron, you may be in on this. We talked before about tools in the toolbox for public safety, and then also about discretion. And how have you been applying that discretion as to what's going on and when it goes on and who it affects?
I'd say that's definitely a chief answer, potentially. Chief, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and we're pretty good with utilizing our discretion. I did check in, and I check in with our folks quite often, and they're very aware of the impacts of weather and different concerns that might make it difficult for people to rest in the parks. Although lots of people utilize a lot of equipment in the parks that probably go far beyond the scope of the judgment. Our folks in December posted camps back, I think, on December 6th, didn't remove any. And then again, just a few days ago, did not remove any. I did speak with some of our folks earlier today just to get an idea of our camps actually being removed with people in them. And that's very rare. One person was, and another person was because that individual was referred to Foundry Village. So to answer the discretion piece, we utilize it all the time in everything that we do. So hopefully that answered your question a little bit.
Well, following up on that, then nobody's above the law, and you can have discretion on laws. In terms of other laws, are we exercising discretion? Are we enforcing the law? What are we doing? Depends on the severity of the law or the infraction, I would guess. And I was referring specifically when the policeman 5 o'clock on New Year's Day morning talked to me about the criminal element and what was going on.
Yeah, I think what you're referring to, you probably do not know this, but there are several people that have moved to camping, or should I say resting, in Baker Park versus Riverside Park because they're worried about camping in Riverside Park. So there are people within the homeless and unhoused community that have left Riverside Park to camp in a different park because they're concerned about their safety. So you might be talking about that. As far as our officers using discretion, we were overwhelmed this weekend. I think we had 13 people on duty on New Year's Eve night. We had a shooting where one young person was shot, still in the hospital. That will probably come out in a press release later on today. And then we had shots fired with automatic rifle and handgun over by the AT&T store. So discretion comes in many different forms, and that's prioritizing life and the cases as they come out. So the majority of our police officers rarely, if ever, deal with our unhoused population. And our 2 officers that deal with our unhoused population the majority of the time would be our community, our CRT guys. I could use some water. This thing it takes its toll on you after 5 hours. No, I'm totally good. Thank you. But our community response team are the 2 officers that typically deal with the unhoused population downtown.
Are there any other questions? Brian?
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. And this might be just a clarification question for the chief. You said that you posted notices on December 6th and what I believe was maybe the 28th. That I could have that date wrong, but it was last Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, absolutely. We certainly do. We post notices because we try to hold ourselves accountable to the judgment, and also to be consistent and fair. One of the things that I know the counselors that have been here for a while have heard me preach over and over again is it's our job to build trust and nurture legitimacy within the police department. And I trust our guys 100% to use discretion. And just because we post a campsite does not mean we're going to show up in 3 days and evict them. We just post the campsite. So in the case that the campsites were posted recently, I think some people did move along, but did we go back there and quote unquote evict anybody? No, we did not.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, Joel?
I'm not even sure this is a legitimate question, but if you have somebody that's intimidating other people and not being a good neighbor and, I don't know if you want to call it criminal activity or not, does that play into discretion?
Yes, sir, it absolutely does. But we have to take into consideration the desire of the complainant and or victim, and we have to weigh that out with everything that's going on as well. I could imagine, and I wasn't here on New Year's Eve, the majority of my staff were, to include command staff. And my guess is if there was something that could have been handled with a quote-unquote handshake, that was probably the resolution, because they were called to call. Somebody made a comment about it sounded like a war zone in a particular area of town with all the gunshots going off.
All right, any other questions? Okay. Council, is there any discussion on this? Brian?
Yeah, I've got two things. The first thing is I appreciate that our police department uses discretion. I feel like we might be wise to give a little bit clearer direction as far as what we want to see around that discretion. Specifically, I would not like to see us posting notices if the forecast is below freezing. I think that is perfectly reasonable direction to provide. So that would be the first thing. The second thing would be back in January of last year, Council voted to approve an amendment of the hours allowing resting in the parks from 5 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. instead of from 7 p.m. We moved it from 7 p.m. to 5 p.m. because it gets dark at 5 p.m., so it only made sense to do so. So I would advocate that we reinstate that again until April 1st like we did last year. Thank you.
Is that a motion or just a comment?
It's just a comment.
Okay, any further discussion? Vanessa?
Yeah, I agree with Councilor De La Grange, and I would move to amend the enforcement hours, allowing resting in the parks from 5 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. from January 3rd, 2022 to April 1st, 2022. In addition, I would prefer that enforcement of resting hours be paused during inclement weather, defined as snow or freezing rain.
I missed the dates that you said.
January 3rd, 2022 to April 1st, 2022.
Okay, is there a second? Brian with the second. Discussion on the motion? Brian?
Yeah, just to maybe add a little bit of clarity to the motion, you referenced inclement weather, and you said snow or freezing rain, but I didn't hear you say anything about just temperature alone. So I don't know if that should be a piece. I would think that if the temperature alone is below freezing, maybe we're not, doing enforcement activity, but I would leave that to you.
I think that's agreeable. My main concern with the precipitation is that once things are wet and folded up, it becomes very problematic. And once people without shelter become wet in the cold, it also becomes very problematic, and that's how people end up in the hospital. So I would be willing to amend my motion to restrict enforcement at temperatures below 32 degrees.
Do you agree to that? Okay. Further discussion on the motion? Valerie?
Well, I'm just going to say, I guess I have a problem with the temperature one. It's just like, the reality of it is that we have to trust the police officer's discretion. And I trust our police officer's discretion. I would agree with the 5 o'clock to 7:30 as we did last year, because that's what we did last year, and it just makes sense. A lot of it was because of the dark. So I think that kind of just goes along with what we did last year. But personally, I think we have to trust our police officers to utilize discretion, and I think they have, and I know who they are, and I've talked with them and others, and I think the consistency is important, and I think running around and deciding on what's 32 degrees, what's not 32 degrees. So as it's stated, I would not support it, but I would support just the time. So.
Rob?
Yeah, I agree that, with Valerie, that I'm sure that if the police weren't using discretion on this issue, there'd be dozens of people either arrested or, moving along every single day. And we know that that's not happening. So we know they're using discretion. I just feel that having the guidelines specifically in place of 32 degrees just makes it easier for the police. It's just easier for them if the parameters are defined. And they can use further discretion if they wanted to, but it's just less guesswork. So I think it's actually more fair to the police to make it really clear what the city council expects. And then I'm sure that they're still going to use discretion 24 hours of every day on every call that they go on. But I think that the 32 degrees is reasonable. I think it's appropriate. And again, I think if nothing else, it just makes it actually easier for the individual police officer to know exactly what it is that we're asking him to do. So I would support both the hours and the 32 degree cutoff.
Joel?
So I'm a little bit unclear. Are we talking about not posting, or are we talking about not enforcing the posting? And then are we talking about 32 degrees 3 days from now? Or are we talking about 32 degrees tomorrow, which really they can stay there anyway? What are we talking about?
If that question is posed to me, I believe it would be a posting and an enforcement as well. I believe it to be unfair to post a camp notice in inclement weather, because at that point, if you have built legitimacy and trust with those individuals, from the response team to the people living in those areas, they're going to have the understanding that those folks are going to expect them to move along. So they're going to feel as though they are expected to move along during inclement weather. So that's why I would support enforcement and the posting for this motion.
Do you agree to that, Brian, since you were the second?
Yeah, that was my intent.
Okay, he did also have the question about how many days. So are you, with the weather, are you anticipating same day, or as far as like the 32 degrees goes?
Yeah, I believe this is making the conversation more difficult than it needs to be. But if, for example, a camp was posted and then suddenly the forecast changes, no one should be held responsible for something unforeseeable like that.
Okay, well, what I have right now is that the motion is to expand the resting hours to 5 PM to 7:30 AM, beginning today through April 1st. And this would apply to both, and that the posting and enforcement would be paused during inclement weather, which includes snow or freezing rain, as well as temperatures below 32 degrees. Okay. Aaron.
So we've dealt with the changes in the hours, and we believe that that is something that we've been able to comply with easily. I see the adding temperature and or condition of weather of being very difficult in setting our officers up for failure and not success. And I would believe in order for me to feel comfortable with that direction and making sure that I'm providing a level of comfort and a level of understanding for our force, we need to further define that. Like Councilor Ogier was saying, it doesn't need to be that complicated, but I think it does need to be that complicated for adding temperature. So one individual that may have been cited 12 hours before, we now have decided that it's going to be below 32. Does that null and void everybody and we all start fresh with a fresh slate every time it's 32 degrees? Or there's so many complications with 32 degrees and giving out the enforcement how many hours before or after it's 32 degrees? When does that, is it a 24-hour clock once it's hit 32 degrees? There's so much associated with it that it would almost, I would imagine, and I'd like to have the chief chime in, but through my conversations with the department and the chief, it would almost make it to where I believe there'd be a great apprehension on our department to post anything, period, with that in place. But I'd like to have the chief chime in.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. And this is a complex conversation. And just to speak to the trust and nurturing legitimacy comment, the police department only has to wait 24 hours, not 72 hours, before you can actually issue a camping citation. You're talking about posting and removal. Our police officers are not citing anybody for camping after 24 hours, and during the window that the judgment said, that's when you do your enforcement activities. We're not doing that. We decided to post and utilize 72 hours before we go back. So that's just something to share with you all that we are not doing. And it does create some confusion with staff. It also creates, let me pedal back a little bit, the judgment in and of itself is a lot to work through. And then when we come to this table and make a decision that's going to further enhance what they can and can't do, it's going to create some confusion or continued confusion. Your police officers are not doing anything wrong. I can guarantee you that. If your police officers do anything wrong, I hold them accountable. I can guarantee you that too. We do it quite often. Do we make mistakes along the way? Yeah, we do, but we own them, and then we move past it. So just, that's what I have to offer when it comes to that.
Rick.
I can support the adjustment or extending the resting hours, but I feel if we start getting into posting or enforcement or temperatures, we're going into the realm of discretion and judgment. And I feel our police officers have done a valuable, admirable job in that. And I guess I don't want to start dictating to how they do their job. Thank you.
Vanessa.
Based on the forecast for the rest of January, I'm not showing a forecast anywhere near 32 degrees, so I don't foresee this being as problematic as described. That is pretty few and far between that it gets that cold. It's only for a few, maybe a week or two out of the whole year. And this conversation is not brought forward to be critical of anyone, specifically our police department. They do a fabulous job, and I'm proud to have them in our community. This conversation was brought forward because there was what I believe to be a flaw in the direction that the council is giving them, and a flaw in the lack of direction from the judgment as well. We saw it last week. If in fact any camps were posted on the 27th or the 28th, there was snow crunching underneath the boots while walking through to post those camps. So I believe that to be a lack of direction from the council, and that's why we're here today. It's not to be critical of anybody.
Brian?
Yeah, the whole reason we're having this discussion is because camps were posted last week when there was snow on the ground, when there was 28 degree, 26 degree temperatures in the forecast for when those posts were going to be enforced. That's the whole reason we're talking about this right now. So I don't want to make things harder for anybody. I want to allow our officers to use their discretion, but I also don't want them posting notices when there's snow on the ground and it's going to be 26 degrees. So if you have a better way to reconcile that than this motion, I welcome it, because other than the motion, I'm not sure exactly how we make that clear.
All right, is there further council discussion? Rob?
Yeah, I very much agree with both Brian and Vanessa. For whatever reason, and I'd have to look at posting last week with snow on the ground as as a learning moment, and maybe one of those times when the chief may call that a mistake and may have actually questioned a particular officer or officers for doing that. He hasn't said that, so I don't believe that actually occurred. So the fact is, it could happen again. And as Brian's saying, it's due to lack of direction from the council, we haven't specifically said that we feel that that's inappropriate. As a result, the boots on the ground don't know that they can't read our minds. They don't know that we feel that that's inappropriate, and it did occur. So by creating this, by clarifying what our intent would be, again, I'd said it before, I just think it would make life a lot easier for the chief and for the officers involved to know that this is the clear direction that we're trying to give them. Now, I don't think that anybody is going to get out a thermometer and going to be concerned with whether or not we were a degree or two off one way or the other. But the intent of what we would be saying is, if it's below 32, whether it's forecast today, I would say if it's in the official forecast for today or the next day, that we not post. And I think that just makes it more clear. I don't understand really why Aaron would say that would make it more complicated. To me, that's a clarifying statement, nothing but a clarifying statement. And it's not accusing anyone of anything, but it's helping to clarify what we as city councilors and human beings feel is reasonable. 32 degrees, it's cold, okay? If the police are off by 1 degree either direction, I don't think anyone's going to, but I think it's our job to make it clear to the chief what as humans and counselors we would expect. And then they, over and above that, of course, can always use their discretion.
Rick?
So one of my questions is, if you have the right to do something, and we're involved with litigation, and I don't know that this can be answered right now, and you don't observe those guidelines in your authority, in essence, are you giving up your authority? So are we opening up the door for, I don't want to say dismissal, but other opportunities that would, if we don't exercise our rights, that has me concerned. Again, I don't know if we can answer that today.
So as mentioned before, a question like this has been asked, I think, a while back or something along those lines, but it just is we are currently operating under an injunction. That's an injunction that was agreed upon by both parties. Both parties said, okay, if we operate this way, we'll be okay. You operate this okay, we'll be okay. So if you want to make changes to the injunction, if you so desire to not make it stricter, but make it a little less, like for instance, the hours that we're talking here, then I don't think that you're losing any ground. The injunction still stands. You're just making it a little, so I think you're okay.
Joel?
I just feel it's a little, we're talking about 3 days out. It can work both directions. You could post a notice and it's, like today, it's the low is 40 degrees. 3 days from now, it's 28, but you posted it. And then there would be some discretion applied by the officer, I would hope, in that particular case. The other thing would be, okay, so it's 28 degrees today, you don't post it, and 3 days from now, it's 45. It's kind of weird, but it works both directions. Anyway, just an observation.
Rob?
So I guess kind of responding to Rick's comment, our attorney, Aaron Heisel, I think was very clear the last time we spoke with him on the phone. It's kind of interesting because in December of 2020, he was telling that council, and I was at some of those meetings, about the quote-unquote game plan of the homeless and don't give up an inch because you'll owe it to them forever. And it seems, I'm paraphrasing, but that's not far off of what his message was. But this year, it's very clear that he said that we can be more flexible, and he didn't feel that would be a problem. And if someone heard that differently, you can speak up. But I would just like to ask, because we're talking about what happened specifically, what instigated this meeting. Maybe the police, maybe the chief can explain to us why were those tents posted when there was snow on the ground? Because to me, that just can create anxiety for the people who are inside the tents, who might actually be, in the past, might have actually either been moved along by the police, or maybe they have tried to move along and comply whenever they've been posted. So now they actually believe that they have to move. And so that cannot be an unstressful situation for somebody who is homeless. So now they've gotten posted, there's snow on the ground, they may believe that the police are going to follow through, and now we've created a whole level of stress in that situation that didn't even need to be there. So why did we post with snow on the ground, Chief?
I can't speak for the guys that did that day. I don't know what was in their mind, but I can tell you that the tents that are set up on that west side of the park that are only supposed to be big enough to rest overnight, there's 10-man tents over there. There's small, looks like developments over there. So it has significantly increased. There's a lot of trash and debris over there. So maybe that was part of their rationale to help them decide to clean up some of that rubbish and excess that was over there. And we certainly have it within our ordinance and even the judgment to enforce rules like littering, which almost seem, it seems difficult to start enforcing a criminal charge of littering when it's very rare to do so. And then also speaking for police officers in general, case law is changing day by day. And it's difficult enough to keep up with changing case law on all kinds of matters. So police officers get in a rhythm. Our officers were probably in a rhythm, decided to post the campsites, probably knowing full well that in 3 days they wouldn't even be on duty, and that our regular patrol guys were not going to go by the park. That was our community response team officers that posted those particular tents. So that's speculation on my part.
DJ? He is out there. I think it takes a second to unmute.
Oh, did you call on me, Mayor?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. I'll keep this brief, as this is the third or fourth attempt in my recollection of expanding these hours. I am continually reminded that the injunction between the plaintiff and the defendant in this lawsuit has determined this injunction to be entirely above board and satisfactory. And, this is reactionary politics. And I don't agree with that style of governance. And therefore, I'm not going to be voting for this. And those are the reasons why. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
If I could just make one more comment, Mayor.
Okay.
And I did receive a text from one of my officers. And there's also speculation and an assumption that these tents have been up for a long time anyway. So they've been clearly there for a longer period of time than 72 hours. So then the 72 hours is essentially a nudge to get folks to be in compliance with the law of Grants Pass.
Thank you. Valerie?
Yeah, I was just going to agree with DJ that, it tends to be that, we get reactionary. And I will say this again, discretion is a word that goes along with trust. And I really don't have any really big reason to feel that our officers can't be trusted. They're under a difficult job to do, and you're right. In the injunction, it does say littering, any criminal behavior, anything can be cited or whatever, because we need to keep it safe. And I do understand, but I just think it's just discretion is where you look at the temperatures and you look whatever. And maybe they didn't act what we consider to be perfectly, but do we ever all act perfectly? I would hate to think somebody's constantly looking over my back at everything that I do. And I think you just kind of have to go on trust and know that discretion is a part of that trust. And I want our police officers to feel that we do support them.
Okay, is there any further discussion before we vote? Okay, so the motion was to expand the resting hours to be 5 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. today through April 1st, and that both posting and enforcement would be paused during inclement weather, which includes snow or freezing rain or temperatures below 32 degrees. And Vanessa, you are up first. How do you vote?
I want to preface it by saying we can support the police and also establish clear guidelines. I vote yes.
Thank you. Rob?
Yes.
Valerie?
No.
Rick?
No.
Kurt?
No.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
No.
DJ?
No.
Motion failed 5-3. Valerie?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we change the hours and amend the hours to resting in the parks from 5 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. from January 3rd, 2022 to April 1st, 2022.
Is there a second? Joel with the second. So the motion is to expand the resting hours to be 5 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. today through April 1st. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, may I ask for clarity between the two, the first motion and this motion?
This one does not include the clause about pausing posting and enforcement due to inclement weather.
Okay, so thank you for the clarification. So this is only an expansion of time and does not include any consideration for inclement weather?
That's right.
Correct, thank you.
Any discussion? Okay. Valerie, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Brian?
No.
Joel?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
DJ?
Nope.
Motion passes 6-2. Is there any further discussion on this topic? Okay. Next up, we have agenda review. I know everybody's getting tired, so let's make this quick. We have a meeting coming up on January 5th, that's this Wednesday, that right now just has a, electing your new council president is the first item on the of business, and then a council action item that would, I assume, purchase Tyler Asset Management Software. Is that, okay, resolution to purchase asset management software. We have consent calendar, a motion that would acknowledge the quarterly financial report for June. I guess that third, is that June through September as well as, or June through August, and then the second one is September through December, or?
Just because of the timing, you're actually going to be getting 2 quarter reports in one shot.
Okay. So we have, so is that the second and third quarter, or third and fourth? Doesn't matter that much, but second and third?
Mayor, this
Hey,
is
Adam.
Adam Schultz. The June report is for the quarter ending in June, and the
Okay.
September report is for the quarter ending in September.
Okay, thank you. So those will have a brief presentation. Then we have a consent item for a resolution to contract with RV Cog for daily maximum daily load permit compliance. Stormwater. Okay. A resolution for a letter of promulgation with Josephine County. Adam, what is that? Oh, admin, sorry. The A is for admin. Promulgation with Josephine County?
Yeah, I'll have to pull it up.
Okay. Resolution for a Firewise grant agreement with Josephine County, a resolution that would award funds, I guess, for a emergency stormwater project at F and 6th Streets, and then appoint somebody to the Housing Advisory Committee. So looks like maybe Wednesday's meeting will be pretty brief. And then next Monday's workshop has a discussion on the emergency declaration and process with Emily Ring from County Emergency Services, an Urban Renewal Agency Forum and Grant Program update, an Allen Creek rezone scenario. And then we're going to be canceling our workshop and meeting that are later in January because we have strategic planning that week. And I know that Karen's been emailing us daily for any comments you have regarding strategic planning that you have not yet sent to her. I will confess I'm one of the slackers, got a little busy over the holidays. So let's make sure to get that into her this week.
And to answer your question, Mayor, the word just didn't come to me when you were saying that. It is an agreement that the county is entering into with emergency management. We're going to be entering into with emergency management, and it just is a statement that we're going to work together in emergencies and sort of defines those roles as we define them.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions about any of that? Vanessa?
Just wanted to remind council that from when Emily Ring was here last, she did provide us with some paperwork to review by January 10th. So just a heads up on that.
Thank you. All right. Anything you want to add, Joel?
Well, I'm not sure we need to add it. The historic sign that was damaged downtown, I don't know if that's, that's kind of maintenance, minor capital investment. Is that within the authority of the city manager if we authorize it, or do you need action by the city council?
At this point, we're not seeing action by city council. It's like a piece of infrastructure being damaged, and we report it to our insurance. We go after their insurance.
Sure.
And we go through the process of getting it replaced or repaired or whatever condition that's in. And Jason's currently working with the sign company right now for that process.
Great. And then evidently ODOT has also agreed that if we want to buttress that in some way to prevent future damage, we can do that as well with their dollars. So are you aware of that, Jason?
I know that a statement was made at the Historic Buildings and Sites Commission that ODOT wanted to work with us, but I don't know that that's exactly what ODOT agreed to. We'll want to reach out to ODOT.
Sure, sure. Okay, great. Make it even better. Thank you.
All right, Valerie?
I just had a couple things to bring up. Number one, the chamber, I'm assuming Josie's going to be coming back here, and I know we have a couple of things that are kind of hanging loose with the chamber right now. One of them, of course, was a discussion about the Downtown Welcome Center, and I know that has been kind of hanging there, so I want to make sure that we get that on the agenda. And then they also had sent a letter out to the council just indicating they wanted to have some sort of committee or something to set up to talk about how the guidelines for the utilization of the CET tax. And I know, I think that Vanessa showed an interest in wanting to be on that, having the chamber as a business entity, talking with the council about making sure what some of their concerns were and making sure they were addressed. So I don't know what that means in terms of getting a workshop on it or where we go with that, but I would like to follow up with that.
Okay.
And we had also talked about bringing in a banker or a financier to talk with us about financing and affordable housing and what that means, because I know there's a new state law that deals with affordable housing. And I think that the person who, Woodruff, is Chris Woodruff. I think he's at Alfred Green Bank, and he works a lot with that sort of thing. So I think he would be a good resource to have come in and talk with the council about financing, because I think a lot of times the financing is what we need to, as a council, better understand.
Okay. Well, I'm certain that affordable housing issues will come back up at strategic planning too, and we'll map out a plan for that. Vanessa?
Yeah, I'd like to see a severe weather response plan added to our agenda.
Severe weather response plan. Okay, seems like a good idea. All right, anything further right now? We still have an executive session left to go today. So how about a motion to adjourn to executive session?
Mayor, would you like me to do the executive session Wednesday night instead, or I mean, I can. It's sensitive, but not super time sensitive, but it's up to you.
Because it should be a short meeting Wednesday night, I think. Much shorter than today was.
I think that's a good idea if we don't need to do it today.
Well, the other thing is I appreciate everybody's time because it took a lot of time today. And so thank you all.
All right, yeah, let's go ahead and move that to Wednesday.
Okay, we'll move an executive session to Wednesday, so that'll be added to the agenda.
Thanks, Aaron. Is there a motion to adjourn today? Valerie?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second from Rick. Thanks. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, see you on Wednesday night.